All right, guys, welcome back to Press X Podcast. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well today. Happy New Year. It is officially 2026, the first day of the new year. So, for a lot of people, it means maybe a day off. Not everybody. A lot of people don't get the day off on New Year's, but I think for most people, it feels like a little bit of a fresh start, maybe. But yeah, I hope everybody had a good New Year celebration last night, whether you went out, partied or just chilled like I did, just chilled inside, watched some TV, hang out. We have a lot to go over today. We are talking about PlayStation predictions. I have 10 predictions, and some people are probably going to take this as you know, a pretty safe predictions list overall, but to be honest, I was trying to think to myself like what what predictions could I make that are a little bit like, whoa, you know? Um there aren't any that I could think of. There's really nothing I could think of. But we're gonna go over 10 PlayStation related predictions that I'm gonna make today. And it's funny because I was going back and I was listening to my predictions from last year. I think I made like 14 predictions for 2025. And it was funny going back and listening to it because I was like kind of like half right about some things and half wrong about other things. Other things I was just completely wrong about. Surprise, surprise. But yeah, with 2026 being here now, I figured it would make sense to kind of go over some predictions. Radix says, Happy New Year, PlayStation Nation. Schmidt, excuse me, Happy New Year, buddy. Just started Silent Hill 2. Nice. I hope you enjoy it. Silent Hill 2 is really good. I'm assuming you mean the remake. Really, really good. Hellbound says, Happy New Year, everyone. Well, Happy New Year to you as well, Hellbound. The Nostradamus of game. I don't think so. No, I don't think so, unfortunately, Radic. Although I will say a lot of the predictions I'm making here are very safe. And frankly, the reason why I guess they're so safe is because I'm not really. When I was thinking about 2026 in terms of like what PlayStation's going to do, things we know about versus things we don't know about, uh, I'm I was really struggling to think of things where like like here's like PlayStation's gonna, I don't know, they're gonna say, screw it, we're not waiting a year to release our handheld. We're gonna release the PS6 handheld now. Like I was really just trying to think of like what could happen this year, realistic, like within the realm of realism here. I'm not trying to. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I could have made a list of like five crazy, unexpected things that could happen. Whoa, whoa, Petrov, fair games. I said realistic, bro. I said realistic. What are you talking about? Fair games? No, I'm just kidding. You had a good New Year, Lady Gamer. That's good. Glad to hear that. Yeah, a lot of people sleep in on New Year's, which is I got up early today. I got up like really early. I started playing Mafia: The Old Country. Only put about like an hour into it so far, but I like it. I did want to mention to you guys, um, Mafia: The Old Country. I've been playing it on my PS5 Pro, and it has like some of the worst screen tearing I've ever seen on a video game, and I'm not sure. Reads tea leaves. Replay Skyrim. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with Mafia: The Old Country, but the screen tearing is, I mean, it is. I normally don't notice stuff like this. It's egregious, bro. I don't know if maybe it's just the beginning part of the game or something, I'll update you and let you know if it's still a problem as I go further. But I also did get the platinum for Resident Evil 2 Remake, so I'll put that out there as well. That's my first platinum of 2026, Resident Evil 2 Remake. I only needed one more trophy, and I decided to save it to just boot it up this morning and get it. So I wanted to specifically make sure to pop that platinum in 2026. Fair games release, man. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm gonna. So before I go over my 2026 predictions, I want to look back at my 2025 predictions. And let me see here. So you're gonna hear me talking from last year's stream. And I'm gonna pause and just to see what predictions I made, and we're gonna see if I got anything right. That's so weird. I didn't think I made 14 predictions, dude. You're gonna need at least one hot take today. One hot take. I'll give you one hot take, Angry Whale Watcher. At least one. Do at least one. But yeah, let's start with my first prediction that I made last year. I'm gonna try to run through these relatively quickly. Let me mute myself here. So it's going to be weird for people coming in. They're going to hear me talking, but it's my stream. Make sure you let them know if people in the chat are asking if their stuff's frozen or whatever. It's not. So, all right. Prediction number one. Now, I'm going to let you know that the first couple of predictions are focused specifically on upcoming PS5 games. So, prediction number one, we are starting with Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 will get a release date gameplay trailer during the first State of Play of 2025, and it will be set to release in Q3 of 2025. Now, so my first prediction from last year, I started with Death Stranding 2. I think I was wrong about the first. I think I was wrong about both things, actually. We did end up getting a release date. Was I right or wrong? When did we get the release date trailer for Oh, you know what? I think Kojima skipped the State of Play last year. Because he was doing his own event, I think like the next month, and that's where he revealed the release date trailer. So I was close to getting that one right. I think normally I would have gotten that one right, but Kojima revealed it himself. And I was wrong about my prediction of the release date. I was very close though. Like I got to give myself like half a point here. I said it was going to be a Q3, right? Is that what I said? Let me. Prediction number one. Now, August, September, so on and so forth. Okay, so yeah, I thought it was going to be like August or September for Death Stranding 2's release date. So I was wrong about that. I ended up putting it out there too late. Death Stranding came out at the end of June. So, all right. So that's prediction number one. I guess we'll just say wrong. Got it wrong. All right. Let's do prediction number two for 2025. Okay. Now we're going to move on to prediction number two. Again, the first couple of predictions are about upcoming games. Prediction number two. Fair Games gameplay will be shown during the first State of Play of 2025. It will receive backlash. It will get a release date of Q2 2025. So I believe it's going to be coming out in April, May, or June. It will fail to gain a player base and will have a similar. All right, so I was completely wrong with my second prediction. That's interesting, dude. It's so interesting going back and checking these previous predictions where it's like I'm starting with fair. Why am I starting with fair games? Why was fair games my second prediction? I guess it kind of makes sense. But no, MacTube, you're saying I just checked out your predictions video and it's by far your safest video. Where are all the spicy takes? I mean, what are the spicy takes though? Like I'm not sure what they're supposed to be. That like because I'm realistically trying to think to myself like the spiciest take I could probably think of is Marathon is a mega flop, but I'm like I don't know. I guess it could be, but yeah, it was hard coming up with these predictions because again, man, like I was trying to think of like so like last year as when I look over last year's predictions list, like we mentioned Xbox like one time and I'm like I couldn't even do that this time because it's just things have changed so much. But I got the second prediction from last year completely wrong. So my first two predictions from 2025 were wrong. We did not see fair games this year, as you guys know. Let me see. Hot shot, happy new year, man. All right, so we'll move on to prediction number 3. We'll see if I got this one right. Prediction number 3 is Marathon gameplay will be shown for the first time at the second state of play that Sony holds, and it will receive a mixed reception. I think some people are really going to like what they see when it comes to gameplay of Marathon. I think a lot of people also will not like what they see. I think Marathon will be able to find a solid player base, though, that will keep the game up and running and allow it to be. So I find it weird. Like I didn't realize when I was looking over these predictions from last year how you think I should put my old video in the corner. It's gonna be weird. Like two versions of me up on the screen. I don't know. I was kind of right. Like I was right in that they were gonna show Marathon. I was completely wrong when I said it was gonna be Q2 or the second state of play that Sony did. That's not the case. They did their own special reveal. MBG reacting to himself, peak content. Watching me at 3 times speed, bro. So I guess for this one, I guess a half a point. Half a point. I was right in that, they did finally reveal Marathon and they showed gameplay and it was mixed. It was mostly mixed, maybe leaning more towards negative, but I was wrong in when I thought they were going to show it. So half a point there. What's the next one? So prediction number 4, Ghost of Yote will get a release date gameplay trailer during the second state of play of the year. And it will release in Q3 of 2025. Specifically, I think Ghost of Yote is going to launch in September of 2025. Players overall will be very impressed with what was shown and feel confident in Sucker Punch's direction. I felt the need to emphasize that because I think that there's a segment of players right now that are not confident in the direction that Sucker Punch is going in. So I feel like ultimately this is going to be one of the bigger win titles for Sony in 2025, and a lot of people end up actually feeling very, very good about Ghost of Yote. And okay, so I was mostly good. I was mostly good with that one. And hey, Mrs. MBG in the chat drops 5 membership gifts for you guys. Mrs. MBG, wow, first member gifts of the year from Mrs. MBG. Very unexpected. Thank you for that. First gifts of the year. Happy New Year from Mrs. MBG. Well, there you go, guys. Let me add that to the goal. And Michael Wernick comes in. He drops another 5. Says we'll get a little train started. Thank you. Thank you for that, Michael. This is for Mrs. MBG. And Michael, this is for you, bro. I know you like Cerny, so
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
no, boss, it's not time yet. MBG, quick question: is it better to have the PS5 Pro horizontal or vertical? I don't think it matters. Currently, mine is horizontal, but I don't think it matters. Mo Mr. Rizzle says thank you for the gifted. All right. I'm sorry. I changed all the names here for my. Here we go. There we go. Well, we'll see if we can hit that goal today. And feed the beast. Where? So yeah, I was Cerny's my idol. So I was mostly correct. I was mostly correct with Ghost of Yotei. The big thing I got wrong though is I said Ghost of Yotei was going to launch in September, and man, I was so close. I was just a couple days away. It launched on October 2nd, but I do think that the assessment I made, or the prediction I made, that people were going to be mostly happy with Ghost of Yotei, even though there was a little bit of drama around it. People would mostly be satisfied and feel like Sucker Punch did a good job and made a good game. I think I was right about that. So I think I'd mostly give myself a point for that. 75% of a point, more than half a point. Yeah, I'm not keeping track. Clark is here, by the way. He's over there on the other side of the room. Got to pat myself on the back there. All right, let's see what my other prediction was for 2025. Going the stream. Prediction number 5. Q1 of 2025 will be lighter for PlayStation first party and PlayStation console exclusives, but Sony will announce 1 to 2 games at most that will be set to release in Q1 and Q2 of 2025. However, these games that will be announced are either going to be remasters, remakes, or a collection of some kind. However, to finish out this prediction, the second half of 2025 is going to be stacked, or the last 2/3, I should say. 3/4 of 20. 3/4. Wrong. Everything. I think pretty much everything I just said there was totally wrong. Yeah, that was a big miss. Because we definitely didn't get any new game reveals lined up for Q1 and Q2. And I mean, the second half of 2025 was not stacked, but we still got, Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yotei. So it's like 2 games. I don't think anybody would call that stacked. So yeah, I think that one was just straight up wrong. That one was wrong. What's the next one here? Oh, here it is. Prediction number 6. Sony will no longer hold showcases outside of a new generational console launch. There will be no showcase for 2025. State of Play is officially their new format going forward. Now, all right, so I think I was correct about that one. I don't know why I said when I did that prediction that it's like, oh, it's going to be made clear like going forward, like they're not doing. I was just talking about 2025, but yeah, I think I got that one right. There was no showcase in 2025. Instead, there were basically like 3 or 4 stated plays, and so yeah, so 1 point for me, full point. All right, 7th prediction. Maybe not the most surprising one, but still one that I'm going to commit to. GTA 6 will end up releasing in Q4 of 2025 with no delays. Wrong. Wrong. So we don't even have to spend time on that one. I was just wrong. We're just going to move along here. We're just going to move along. Prediction number 8, the PS5 Pro will get a little bit more praise throughout 2025 and will not be viewed quite as cynically as it is in 2024 or since the time of its reveal. The reason for this is because I think we're going to see a lot of newer games, not just getting enhanced for the PS5 Pro, but because developers will have more time to enhance these games for the PS5 Pro and try to extract the most out of them, and just be more familiar with the hardware. I mean, I feel like, yeah, I feel like that wasn't wrong. That's another one just wrong. It's not to say that it's been all bad for the PS5 Pro, but this idea that it's like, oh, it's going to be way better. Like we're going to get noticeably, like there's going to be a perception change in the PS5 Pro. That did not happen. You know, a lot of games look and run great on the PS5 Pro, but yeah, I don't think it was I don't think that was an accurate prediction. So another one wrong. See what else. What else I got wrong here? Number 9, and this is a pretty big one, I would say, because as you've probably noticed up until this point, I have not predicted anything regarding new PlayStation game announcements. I even went as far as say there's not going to be a showcase. Well, this next prediction addresses this. So here it is. Sony will announce 3 new first-party games throughout. Yeah, I'm just going to stop you right there, MBG. Wrong. I know I predicted there wasn't going to be a showcase, but now I'm predicting there's going to be a showcase in the same show talking about predictions. Like, for the same year, bro, that's just wrong. There was no, we didn't get 3 new game reveals. So, yeah. All right, I think there's only just a couple more left. Let me see. You think this is the year for the PS5 Pro? I mean, it should be with that big update. You would hope so, right? All right, let me yeah, Mr. B, that's true. It was after the price of the Xbox consoles went up, then that's when people viewed the PS5 Pro a little bit better. All right, let me see what the next one is here. Prediction number 10 has to do with Microsoft. Microsoft will announce even more first-party games for PS5. Some already announced games will be revealed that they're coming to PS5, but also some new games that have yet to be announced. And when this occurs, it will set a new tone going forward that from that point forward, everybody will view, I mean, like everybody collectively will view Microsoft officially as a third-party publisher. All right, I think I was right about that one. That one seemed like it was kind of obvious. That's why I put it like later in the stream, or for the one we did last year. So that's another. I'll give myself that point. I think it's safe to say that everybody does view Microsoft as more of a publisher now, as a third-party publisher. Prediction number 11 talks basically about next generation. I don't think 2025 is going to be too soon to talk about next generation, and here's why. Rumors and leaks regarding the next generation Xbox will be very prevalent throughout 2025. And throughout 2025, at some point, it will essentially be confirmed that yes, Microsoft is planning to launch their next generation Xbox as soon as 2026. So next year. It's crazy we can say that now. PlayStation 6 rumors they will exist, but they will be more sparse and they will be surrounded with, within more secrecy. But it will, at some point throughout 2025, be confirmed that Sony is going to launch the PlayStation 6 at a minimum of 1 year after the next generation Xbox. So I think that, that one was pretty much wrong. Obviously, that didn't happen. We heard about Xbox Magnus, but we heard nothing about it being a 2026 release. Everything said it was going to be 2027. Actually, what I said about the PS6 was also wrong too. I made it sound like we were barely going to hear anything about the PS6. Instead, we got more info on the PS6 and a PS6 handheld than we did than we did for the Xbox Magnus. So I think for my next gen rumors and leaks prediction, I think that was wrong. Ray, what's up, man? Happy New Year. MBG, we're pretty much right about your 3 new game reveals. Oh, yeah, you know what? That's true, MacTube. I guess I could give myself a half a point here. We got Saros revealed, and Wolverine, even though it's like not the first time we're hearing about it, it basically got its official reveal. So that, yeah, I guess I was almost there. All right, I think we only have like 2 more left. So, prediction number 12. Sony will not go day and date with single player games for PC. However, they will push the envelope and they will announce a first party game launching for PC just 6 months after it launches on PS5. Now, this one's a little bit tricky. All right, so I was right and then I was wrong. So it cancels each other out. Yeah, I mean, obviously they didn't go day and date with single player games on PC, but they also did not do the thing I thought they would do, which is basically say like, hey, you know, here's whatever. Well, to be fair, they could announce this prediction could retroactively come true. Well, I guess it wouldn't count because it wouldn't be 2025, but it's like if Ghost of Yote gets announced for PC or Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2, I think, doesn't count because Death Stranding 1 was kind of a weird situation, but like Ghost of Yote, if it comes to PC in like Q1 of this year, I almost said next year, but of this year, then I would kind of be right about that, but yeah, no, so I'm just going to say that one was wrong. Did it have to be first part? I mean, I was viewing it as a first party single player. So Death Stranding would technically count if that gets announced for PC soon. But the problem is you start with a good prediction, but then you keep going. I got to add more to my prediction. Can't just keep it simple. Yeah, maybe this year I'll do it differently. I'll just run down my list 10, boom, boom, boom, boom, just like single sentences. And that'll be it. There it is. Prediction number 13. Now, this one is a little bit vague, but, towards the end of the predictions, that's where they start to get a little bit more vague. Sony will announce another game going to Nintendo in 2025, specifically the Switch 2 and maybe the Switch. Wrong. All right, that didn't happen. I guess the reason why I thought that would happen was because of the Lego Horizon on the Switch 1. So I kind of understand where my mind was at, why I would have thought something like that, but wrong. And we got one more. So my final prediction is that Sony will close out 2025 by showing and basically re-revealing Wolverine at the Game Awards with a release year attached to it of 2026. I do not think we're going to go a whole year with. I was so close. Why would I say Game Awards? I didn't have to. If I didn't say that, I would have been 100% right. Still a W. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to. I think just I'll give myself that point. I was right. I was right. Just wasn't at the Game Awards. It was at a State of Play a couple months earlier. So those were the 14 predictions I did for 2025. Michael says 4.0 out of 13, 30.8%. Oh, man, that's not good. And Hellbound comes in. He drops 5 more member gifts for you guys. He wants to contribute to the goal here. Hopefully get us to that 25. Hellbound, thank you so much, man. So it looks like I finish at 35.7%. Damn. Oh man. Now it's got me like second guessing. See, this is why MacTube's like, yo, why are you playing it so safe with your predictions? This is why. Because I got a 35.7% correct ratio. I guess that's like counting like the half points as well. Damn, bro. And you know what's funny? The title of my my stream last year, PlayStation 2025 predictions, my most realistic predictions so far. I guess they were pretty realistic. But they were wrong. Turns out doesn't matter how realistic you want to be, doesn't mean you'll be right. Maybe I'll just do some off the cuff predictions. Screw it. Screw it. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll just redo all my predictions and just scramble them. For example, my first prediction. God, you know what? This is a stupid prediction, actually, now I'm thinking about it. My first prediction for 2026, PlayStation will release a video game this year. It's like January 1st, 2027. So somehow I was wrong. Turns out Sony did not want to release. Oh, wow. Luna is haunting Clark right now while he's sleeping. Luna, what are you doing? You're not going to pounce on him, are you? Oh, hold on. Clark woke up. What's going on? I'm just trying to make sure there isn't a situation about to go down over there. I'm going to have to like get multiple cameras set up down here. So at any moment I can just like switch the camera and you can see what I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm thinking about changing some of these predictions on the fly now because my first prediction's stupid. It's just stupid. It's not a prediction. It's because it's just it's what it is. My first prediction I have listed here is 2026 will be a solid year in terms of new reveals and announcements, but will by far be the biggest year for actual PS5 game releases. Like, that's not a prediction. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm going to have to change that. I have to change that to something spicy now. 2026 is going to be known as the year of the great collapse in gaming. But many will argue no. It'll be the best year because of all the games that actually came out. So, all right, here's my actual prediction. Here's my prediction. I'm going to change this. All right, I'm going to make it a little bit spicier. I think 2026 will be one of the best years for video game releases ever. However, I think more games, some of these games, I should say, are going to end up struggling and not doing very well. And this will lead to potential problems and a further kind of I guess you could say, evaluation that the industry is in trouble. The AAA video game industry is in trouble, and I think that that's going to basically be a byproduct of a very rough economy, as well as prices going up, and I think we're just going to kind of see a reflection that there is a limit here. So I guess I could, from that perspective, I could try to predict what games would sell soft. You know what? I'm gonna go with my second prediction here, but I guess we can count that as a first prediction. I gotta shorten it. All right, you know what? Redo. Devil Shooter, don't even undo that timestamp. We gotta start this over. All right. That's it. I'm rewriting all these. I'm flipping the script. Prediction number 1: Xbox is officially gonna die. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Phil Spencer will be fired from Microsoft and will be required to bury an Xbox Series X in a graveyard somewhere. Microsoft site in Adela will provide the headstone. Prediction number 1. Prediction number 2: Nintendo will continue to suck ass. And I'm just kidding. All right, see, that's what you guys want, though, right? Got to give the people what they want. Prediction number 3: Steam Machine will be a complete piece of shit that no one will buy. Best predictions ever. But how are these PlayStation related? Prediction number 4: The PS5 Pro is going to be the best console of 2026. Lock it in. How do we even judge that? All right. At some point, I have to actually start my list because now I'm being silly. All right. We're starting. This is real now. Okay. Steam Machine will get canceled. Prediction number 5: Jim Ryan will come back to PlayStation. Jim Ryan will take over Xbox. Oh, man. Now, this stuff, that would be fun. 2026 is going to be the craziest year in gaming ever. Prediction number 6: Mark Cerny will become the CEO of Sony. All right, I will start now though, for real. Let me take a step back. I got to get into the real predictions. And Michael Wernick comes in. He drops 10 more member gifts for you guys, and he does it. He gets us to the goal of 25. Boss is not currently down here, so it might be Clark that ends up enjoying some treats. Michael.
Holy shit.
Thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate that. I think that's, 15 memberships you dropped today? So I updated my, so we'll get rid of the Feed the Beast logo. And there we go. Just soak it in. Just let it wash over you, you know? Yes, that is Clark. I'm probably going to have to update that emoji because, man, it's looking kind of rough. The Clark emoji's there. It's looking a little rough, though. I'll have to talk to Mrs. MBG about that. She usually does the emojis for the cats. But thank you for that. Let's see if... Yeah, GTA will flop. Come here, Luna. You want to go up first? Come on. Okay, I don't... Are my cats broken? They don't want the treats anymore. Clark's coming over. I mean, go ahead, Clark. First come, first serve, bro. It's all you. Enjoy. Yeah, thank you guys for the support, by the way. We will have, like I said, members content coming throughout the month. We'll be doing some members lounges and whatnot. My prediction scared them off. I think Clark is scaring them off. You can come up here, Clark. You want some treats, dude? He responds to finger snapping. finger snapping thing. Oh, you're right. There you go, man. Yeah, he's living the life now. Clark's living the life now. All right. Guys, let's dive into these predictions for real. I am going to make on-the-fly alterations to these predictions, though. Okay? So, they might be a little bit spicier than you think. Prediction number 1. It's not going to make you guys happy. It's not going to make anybody happy. But I think it's going to happen. And I think it's going to suck. But my first prediction is the price of the PS5 will be raised again at some point in 2026. Wow, Gothmog, you got it. You got it, dude. You you got it before I even said it. And it is going to suck, but I do think it's just going to be an inevitable reality that technically could be avoided if Sony were to eat the cost on it, but knowing that Sony's not going to do that at this point in time, I think if we try to analyze this deeper and, you know, if we just want to try to try to nail down when the price could go up, I mean, I'm not going to give a specific time frame, but I will say I think it will be sooner rather than later. However, if I were Sony, I would try to avoid increasing the price of the PS5 at all costs. And if it got to a point where they just felt like we have to, at least try to do it closer to the launch of GTA 6. Because I think at that point, people might be a little bit, they'll still be upset, but, you know, people might just get so caught up in the GTA 6 hype that it's like, oh, okay, whatever. But yeah, I do think that's a real thing that's going to happen. And so I know it's not a great prediction. It's not an exciting one, but it is a real one. And I think it's something that we're going to see happen next year, and it's going to suck. Oh, nice. Boss was sleeping in the closet. He's clearly doing well. Boss. Come on, dude. I want to see if he'll share it with Clark. Come on. Clark, they're not okay. Come on, I know you want to come up. I'm trying to see if Boss and Clark will interact here. Ow. Okay, don't fight. There's plenty to share. Boss, I'm sure he'll share with you, man. All right. So I'm just putting the mic up so you guys can see it. So yeah, that's my first prediction. Really, Boss, you're not gonna go eat your treats. Boss has something to say. Okay. Boss has something to say, viciously hisses. It's a bad omen for 2026. Bad omen. Looking spooky out here, man. This cat's getting along usually takes like 3 weeks. I don't know if getting along would be the right way to describe it. They're like able to be around each other. They still like Boss and Luna, and they all still kind of hiss and growl a little bit, but they're getting better each day, so they'll all probably be hanging out here soon. Would you rather game prices go up or console prices? For me personally, I'd prefer hardware prices because, well, I'm already kind of set. You know what I mean? I have my Pro. I have some base model PS5. So, you know, if game prices go up, I'm probably going to feel that a lot more. All right, boss. It's okay. Boss, come on. Boss, come over here. All right, whatever. Clark is cute. Yeah, he is. He's a good cat. We'll move on to prediction number 2. Prediction number 2. Now, guys, I'm going to be honest. I'm spicing these up. I ain't playing it safe. I'm not playing it safe. Because I realize, you know what? That's not fun. I'm looking over my list. I put this... If you want to know what the original list was, you can watch my video. And make sure you're hitting the like button on the stream, by the way, to help it out. But if you want the original, unaltered, just truly playing it safe list, you can watch my video that I put out today. But now we're spicing it up. All right, so prediction number 2 has to do with Marathon. My prediction is that Marathon is going to ultimately fail. And there will be no denying it. But I want to make at least one thing clear. I don't think Marathon is going to be a failure on a level of something like Concord. I do feel as though it's important to emphasize that because I don't think we're ever going to see something like that again. And I know that this isn't the spiciest one, right? But I do think that Marathon, it's clear that Bungie needs this to do well. They need a hit game. And I think, I guess the spiciest thing I could say here in regards to Marathon is I think Marathon will be the full circle moment that kind of makes Sony and everybody involved with the Bungie acquisition realize that this was truly like the biggest, if not mistake, just the worst possible acquisition you could have made. And I think Marathon is going to kind of reveal that, or solidify that, I should say. So I do think Marathon will fail. I don't think it's going to be an immediate death. I don't think it's going to be like the servers are shutting down in a month. Not like that. But I just think we're going to see people highlighting player counts after like 2 weeks. And those player counts are going to be not good. And those player counts are also going to be stacked up against the player counts of Destiny 2. And people are ultimately just going to be looking at Bungie and looking at Sony being like, what is going on here? And this leads me to my third prediction. Destiny 3 will be announced. That's right. Prediction number 3, following up Marathon's failure. What does failure mean? Failure to me basically means they're going to try to support it, but the player count is just not going to be retained. Players are going to leave, and I don't think in this case failure means they're not going to, like, I don't think failure equates to they're going to shut down the servers and the game's done. I don't mean like that. I just mean it's going to be obvious 6 months after Marathon is out that it's like this game's slowly going to die over the next year or two. It's not going to be able to properly retain its player base. That to me is what, and if we're talking about like specific concurrent players at around like the launch, I mean, I feel like if we're talking like Steam numbers, you think under 10K concurrent would be a failure? That'd be bad. That'd be real bad, dude. Under 10K would be real bad. Yeah. But yeah, I would feel like they would need like at least 20, 25K to make it seem like there's some level of interest. There's a high enough level of interest to justify this game. Whoa. Oh boy. I just had to give Clark the treats with the catnip in him. MBG, the recent reception of Marathon is people are enjoying the beta after the recent updates. That's true, but that's the thing, right? Like, I'm gonna be probably totally wrong. Just so we're clear, when I am here on January 1st, 2027, going over my predictions, who knows? By the time that happens, it's like, well, I was totally wrong about Marathon. It was Sony's biggest, live service success. But I think when you consider the fact that Sony spent $3.6 billion for Bungie, yeah, I think the only way it could actually not be a failure is it does like Destiny 2 numbers. It does big numbers. It genuinely competes with something like Arc Raiders in a meaningful way. Because keep in mind, Arc Raiders, when we talk about failure, like Arc Raiders got over like 450,000 concurrent players. I'm not saying Marathon needs to do that, but it's like, bro, if Marathon can't even crack 45 to 50K concurrent, look at what your competition's doing. I think that's what would basically make it clear to everybody, like, okay, yeah, this isn't really going anywhere. And Lore Cannon, you're saying nothing beats Concord, not even Crackdown 3's launch. Concord is a special game. It certainly is. Michael Werniff, why are your comments being held? Hold on, let me see. Oops. Clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, they're coming up on mine. I don't know if like Devil Shooter, if you're approving them. I've seen like all these are showing up for me. That's weird. I don't know. They shouldn't be held though. Like Michael's not saying anything even remotely bad or concerning. I don't know. YouTube's weird. Mr. B, you're saying you're excited for Marathon. You've been hooked on Arc Raiders with around 50 hours, and you think Marathon has better gunplay and more action. Well, just to separate my prediction from, like, I want to try Marathon, and I'm hoping it's good. But and you know, the gunplay does look pretty good. I mean, Bungie's good with first-person shooters, obviously, but I just think in terms of what this game needs to be after everything that's went down with the Bungie acquisition, how much Sony paid for them, and all the drama surrounding the studio, it's like this game's got to. It's go big or go home. I'm sorry, it is. It's to look at it as, oh yeah, Sony paid $3.6 billion for a game that's just kind of doing okay. It's like, no. It doesn't mean they're going to shut down the studio and it's all over, but it's just like we are looking at one of these situations where I don't really think there's truly an in-between here. I don't think there's an in-between. Maybe I'm being too intense about it, but I'm just trying to look at it from the perspective of keep in mind how much this studio was paid for. Hold on one sec, guys. All right, we good? We good? All right, sorry. Dude, I don't know what's going on. Like, every time I touch my microphone, I get shocked, like, real bad, and then it does something. Like, it stops the mic from working, or it disables my webcam. I'm like, what's going on? Paul Tassi said expectations for Marathon were that it was supposed to be like a top 5 seller of 2025 or something like that. Oh yeah, dude. That's why I'm saying, like, they're like, this is the next big thing. It's like, I don't know, man. Need dryer sheets when washing clothes. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my mic. It's shocking me. To keep me awake when I'm tired. Capono says he needs to discharge himself. Okay. Prediction number 3. Destiny 3, Destiny 2 is going to get announced. That's right. Destiny 2 has to get announced because I think Sony realizes, as well as Bungie, that, you know what, guys? I think Marathon might not be it. Marathon might not be it. So I think, and I'm being serious here. We heard a rumor a couple of months ago that Destiny 3 like basically just entered development. After all this time, they didn't have Destiny 3 in development. Now suddenly they're like, okay, we're working on it. I think it's because they're like, we're going to have to announce this next year. We're going to have to, like, they're going to make it known. Don't worry. If you don't like Marathon and you're upset that we even put this thing out, we got Destiny 3 coming. I think it's many years away. I think that's like a next-gen game, but I think that they will have that reveal ready to go next year, not too long after Marathon, in case it's like a complete disaster. But to be clear, even if it's not a complete disaster, I still think they're going to announce it. I do. Because I think, if anything, Sony's going to make Bungie announce it for the shareholders, where it's like, we gave you your chance. You're going to have to make Destiny 3 now. Garrett, what's going on, man? Yeah, that was crazy. What the hell was that, bro? Really quick, before I read Zombie Dragon. I think that's Zombie Dragon. Before I read that, apparently the governor of California, but no, it's not Arnold anymore. Who's the governor of California? I don't really follow politics like that. They like retweeted my post about PlayStation and was using it to blame Trump, and I'm like, dude, I'm literally like, whoa. I'm just, dude, I'm not even kidding. I posted a tweet. It went like viral. It got like 7 million views or something, just simply reporting what Insider Gaming was reporting, that Sony's considering delaying the release of the PS6. And somebody, I think it was that, who was the Detective Seeds, I think, he pointed out to me that, like, dude, the governor of California retweeted it blaming Trump. I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to enjoy PlayStation, man. I don't know. I'm not saying nothing with this tweet. Dude, that's exactly what I thought, Gary. I'm like, crazy times. Fever dream. What is happening? I'm just trying to tweet about PlayStation. Oh, man. That would happen. Oh, what? The governor of California recognizes me? And it's not Arnold. Of course it's not Arnold. How long was Arnold the governor? For like 6 years or 7 years or something? But a Zombie Dragon, a member for 31 months, says the best thing that could happen here is Marathon does okay, and Destiny 3 in their next game can make it somewhat worth it. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Zombie Dragon. By the way, I hope that's who you are. It's giving me a different name, but I'm looking at your picture, and I feel like I'm pretty sure it's Zombie Dragon. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I agree with that. I do think that bro, my cat sounds like Yoshi. Clark sounds like Yoshi. What, do you know that sound that Yoshi makes when I guess he does that thing with his tongue? I just heard that sound, and I'm like, what was that? And I just realized that was Clark. I'm going to have to record this. I can't believe that shit. Dude, I'm not kidding. It sounded just like it. I really caught my attention. I'm like, what the hell was that? I don't got no Nintendo hardware down here. I ain't got no Nintendo games playing over there. What's going on? Intrusive thoughts. MBG, why doesn't the government stop the monopolies and trust what's going on in tech right now? I don't know, man. I mean, that's I'm not even going to bother trying to analyze that. I'm sure there's some level of corruption. There always is. Where it stems from, who knows? Maybe it's all around. That's it. The second channel now is trying to go viral with political takes. Yeah, we're going to have to rename him Yoshi. But yeah, Zombie Dragon, thank you for being a member for, what was it, 31 months, man? I appreciate that. And yeah, I agree with you. Their best bet is Marathon. Maybe you'll do okay. And then maybe, just maybe, Destiny 3 will get announced and win people over again. But I don't know. But yes, that's my third prediction. That's my third prediction. That that Destiny 3 will be announced at some point over the course of 2026 as a way to relieve people's tensions. And you know what? I'll add to this prediction. I know I'm making a mistake by adding to it because it pretty much guarantees now it's going to be wrong. But if Destiny 3 does get announced, I think it's going to be seen as the biggest win for Bungie because people are so not okay with the direction Bungie has been going in for the last like 5 years or so. And it seems like they've just been trying to save Destiny 2. And it's gotten to a point where it seems to me like most Bungie fans are crying out for them to make Destiny 3. So I think even if Marathon doesn't do well, and it does fail like I think it will, when Bungie announces Destiny 3, that's going to be like not like a comeback moment, but it'll be the most positive you've seen people towards Bungie in a long time. That's my guess anyway. And who knows, maybe Marathon will end up doing better than I think. But with that being said, we got to move on to prediction number 4 here. Prediction number 4 is about Saros. Now, this one's not going to be a surprising one, and I don't think it's going to be a spicy one, but it's still one I believe in. I think Saros is going to be a Game of the Year contender. That's right. I think Returnal got snubbed in 2021. It was not, as far as I recall, it was not nominated for Game of the Year, and that was very surprising because Returnal was incredible. I think this will be Housemarque truly solidifying themselves as like we are a top tier, upper echelon PlayStation studio. If you didn't already view them that way, I think Saros is going to be the game that does it, and I think it's going to do incredibly well. But I do have and I know I'm making this prediction a little bit complicated. I don't know if I should make this a separate prediction. So this will kind of be like a blend, I guess. Like I'm attaching this prediction to my first prediction that I made. The first prediction I made was that I think even though 2026 is going to be a banger year for games, especially a lot of the AAA games that are coming out, I do think that some games are going to sell soft. I think Saros. You know what? I might retract that thought though. I was going to say I think Saros will sell soft, but actually let me walk this back. I'm just going to cancel this. Just scratch that. I think it's actually going to sell good because I kind of forgot that when Returnal came out, there was only like 8 or 9 million PlayStation 5s out. So it feels kind of unfair to look at that and be like, well, if the game sold soft in 2021, it's definitely going to sell softer now. Not necessarily. Saros is going to be releasing to an install base of probably like over 90 million PS5 users. So there's going to be 80 million more PS5 users that could potentially be interested in buying Saros compared to when Returnal came out. So yeah, I'm actually, if anything, maybe my prediction would lean more in the direction of I think Saros will actually sell better than Returnal. But I do think Saros is one of these titles, if I'm really being pessimistic, I think some games next year are going to struggle just because people are going to be much more picky and choosy about which games they choose to buy. Saros could be a title for a lot of people that, I'm going to wait for it to come down in price. It's not going to be a game I buy day one or at launch. I'm just going to wait just because of the fact that, games are expensive and people are at a point where they're budgeting now. So, but yeah, generally speaking, my prediction, what is this? I think that's prediction number 4. Saros is going to be a Game of the Year contender. It may even win Game of the Year, but it will be viewed as one of the best games that comes out during this generation and for 2026. So let me do a quick rundown. We'll do a recap. Let me simplify. I'm going to simplify. Prediction number 1, 2026 will be the best year for video game releases by far. Some games will sell poorly, unfortunately. Prediction number 2 is that Marathon will fail. Prediction number 3, Destiny 3 will be announced. Prediction number 4, Saros will be one of the best games of 2026, Game of the Year contender. Housemark reaches another level. So prediction number 5 here, I feel it feels kind of cliche and cringy because it's like, of course, this PlayStation game is going to be great too. But I think basically what I just said about Saros, same thing applied to Insomniac. I think Wolverine is not going to get delayed, and it will be. Now, I'm going to word this specifically to differentiate it from Saros. I think Wolverine will be the highest rated game that Insomniac ever releases. It will be their magnum opus, if you will. Now, for context, Spider-Man 2 is currently their highest rated game, sitting at a 91 on Metacritic. So Wolverine would have to surpass a 91, and I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to do it, man. And I think it's going to... I think any doubt that anyone may have had about Insomniac will be erased when Wolverine drops. I think it's a pretty bold claim because Insomniac, they put out a lot of games, man. Josh says, dude, I played my PSVR 2 for the first time in over a year. Damn, I forgot how much I love this thing. GT7 VR is so goated. I'd buy PSVR 3 if GT8 is playable. And even if it's the only game released for it. And I'm so serious. Well, that actually leads me into my next prediction, Josh. PSVR 2 will be canceled, and anybody who bought a PSVR 2 headset will be required to turn it in for destruction. Sony's going to destroy every PSVR 2 unit put out on the market, and they're going to pretend it never happened. And you will not be refunded. No, I'm just kidding. I actually don't have any PSVR predictions. I don't have any predictions for PSVR. I'm sorry. But yeah, man, I think Insomniac with Wolverine, they're gonna raise the bar. And Wolverine will be, I think for a lot of people, Wolverine will be the best game they've played all generation on PS5. So that's I guess that's prediction number 5. Okay, prediction number 6. Prediction number 6, Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, will be canceled. And Naughty Dog will be shut down. Prediction number 7. No, I'm kidding. No, my real prediction is Intergalactic gameplay is going to be shown off for the first time next year. And I'm going to add to this prediction because I feel like that prediction is very safe. I feel like, oh, yeah, Intergalactic's going to be shown off. Of course it will be. My prediction for Intergalactic gameplay, though, is that it's going to divide people. Like more than you would expect. Now, that's not me saying it's going to be bad. I want to make that clear. I'm not predicting the gameplay will be bad. Because actually, I think... I'm probably going to like it. But my big thing with Intergalactic, and the reason why I'm making this prediction about the gameplay reveal being divisive, is I think you're going to have 2 different layers of divisiveness. The first layer is going to be the most predictable, and the one that's not really going to be enjoyable to, engage in. And that's going to be people complaining about the same things that they were complaining about with the first trailer. Just things that are like, okay, but what does that have to do with the gameplay? You're going to see that. So there'll be that layer of divisiveness that already exists. But I think the second and more important layer of divisiveness will come from the fact that this is going to be a very different Naughty Dog game. And I think people are not going to be as impressed. That's I know it sounds like I'm being that. And look, I got like somebody left a comment on my last stream where I was covering the Naughty Dog report. Like, listen, man, I know I got some Naughty Dog fanboys here on the channel. And that, look, I'm not saying you can't be a Naughty Dog fanboy. I'm not saying I have a problem with anybody being a Naughty Dog fanboy. I'm just saying I think it's reasonable for people to have not concern. Maybe concern isn't the right word, but I think it's reasonable for people to say, this looks like a very different game from Naughty Dog, and so I'll reserve my judgment until I see it. And so what I think is ultimately going to happen here is Naughty Dog's going to show Intergalactic. It's not going to look bad. I want to make it clear. I don't think Intergalactic is going to look bad. I don't. I think it's going to look good, but I think it's not going to look special. And I think that's what's going to make people judge it more harshly, where a lot of what you so like, for example, if you look at the little teaser of gameplay that they showed off in the first trailer, if you look at that, like there's nothing there that seems, I guess you could say, so I want to say original, because I mean, like, it's not like Uncharted and The Last of Us are like original games. It seems like this is going to be the first time Naughty Dog is basically like, we're going to make a game that utilizes mechanics and different type of gameplay design that we're not known for, but other studios are known for. And it's gonna, I think, come off to some people as like, oh, so this is Naughty Dog's attempt at like a Souls like. And I think that's how some people will see it. And because of that, some people are naturally just going to be more negative towards it, where it's like, well, I don't want a Naughty Dog Souls like, or they're, now they're just copying from software. They're copying EA with Star Wars Jedi or something. I think people are going to have that feeling. Not everybody, but I just think you're not going to. Let me try to simplify what I'm trying to say here. I don't think with Intergalactic you're going to see the universal unified praise that existed for so long, from like Uncharted 2 to 3 to 4 to The Last of Us 1 and even to the buildup of The Last of Us 2. I think Intergalactic is actually going to be the first game from Naughty Dog that people are just going to be split all different ways on it, where you're going to have people who are like, this looks fucking incredible, is going to be a game of the year, the best game to come out this generation. I can't wait to play it. I think you're going to have people that are like, this just looks like so many other games that are already out, and nothing looks special or unique about it. I think you're going to have people who are like, I think this game looks horrible. I mean, you already see that right now. People are like, this game looks horrible. Naughty Dog lost it, whatever it might be. And I think you're going to see this game being pulled in all these different directions. And the thing that this is not a prediction, but the thing I'm going to be really interested to see with Intergalactic is like, if it can somehow overcome all of that, where it's like, well, actually, it's like, I would say like Ghost of Yote, right? Ghost of Yote is an example of a game that I feel like was being pulled in all different directions. But by the end, it's like, it's just a really good and well-made game with a pretty good story. The gameplay's awesome. The quality level is very high. The writing's pretty good. The story is not trying to say anything crazy. It's just trying to tell a good story. And I think like the end result of that is like, once the dust settles, it's like, so what's the general consent? The general consensus is, yeah, Ghost of Yote is a good game or a great game. It's a good or a great game. And I think Intergalactic could experience something similar. But I think that's really going to come down not even so much to the gameplay reveal, but people, I think, are going to be paying attention to the type of story. Like, well, what's Neil Druckmann trying to say now? What's Naughty Dog trying to preach now, or something like that. I don't know if that's how people are going to approach Intergalactic when it's it starts to take off with its marketing and stuff. But but I think it will be good in the sense that Naughty Dog, I don't think they're going to make a bad game. To be clear, like, I don't think it's going to be a bad video game that's like, oh man, this looks awful. No. I think the worst thing that people will walk away saying from a gameplay perspective when this game is shown is it looks not unique. Like it looks very much like a hodgepodge of games we've been playing all generation. And I don't know whether or not it's. I'll say this too before I move on to the next prediction. I think this is the nature of when you achieve something really great, and I think Naughty Dog did. I think Naughty Dog, specifically with The Last of Us 1, but also Uncharted 4, like around that time period, I think that's when they peaked. I think that's when they achieved something that it's like, dude, you guys are now in a league of your own. And very few studios like From Software, Rockstar Games, now Sandfall Interactive, very few studios achieve that type of success where it's like you are in your own league now. There's nobody around you that can touch you. It's just your own thing. But the problem with that is when you reach that level, the pressure's so high that even just one little slip up can bring you back down. And there's a constant argument of whether or not The Last of Us 2 was that. I'm not here to comment on that because I've commented enough on that. But what I will say is that I think Intergalactic might be the first time where we see Naughty Dog in a, I would say, how do I word this? I think it's going to be the first time we see Naughty Dog kind of past their prime. And that's not to say that this game won't be, again, good or great. But I just think the chances of because I'm just kind of rambling at this point. So what I'm really trying to say here is I don't think Intergalactic is going to reach the heights of The Last of Us or Uncharted. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, at the end of the day, that's what I'm trying to communicate. I think the negativity and the divisiveness you see with Intergalactic's gameplay when this game is revealed is people are not going to walk away saying that looks like trash or that looks like garbage. I don't think they're going to be, I mean, some people might be saying that, but generally speaking, that's not what people are going to say. I think people are going to say, but Uncharted was better, but The Last of Us was better. And Intergalactic is kind of going to be in this awkward position where it's like, I think people are basically going to end up just being like, well, hey, Intergalactic is kind of cool, but can you guys go like, can you guys go back to maybe like an Uncharted 5 or like could you do like a Last of Us Part 3? And they might be doing that already, by the way. But I think that's what the general consensus may end up being. That's I guess that is my prediction, is that I guess my prediction ultimately will boil down to this. The prediction is I think we will see Intergalactic gameplay next year, and I think it's going to underwhelm. That's the word I'm looking for. I think it's going to underwhelm. And yeah, that's it. It'll underwhelm because the expectations are so high. People are expecting the most cutting edge, advanced, mind-blowing gameplay and you know, I mean, the cinematics will probably be top-notch still, but you know, I think what Naughty Dog's going to do is it's like, we just wanted to make a melee combat action RPG, and I think people are going to be like, it's good, but like, let me ask you guys this. Let me ask you this question, and then I'll move on. Because I'm curious. Like, if we see the gameplay of Intergalactic next year, if we see Intergalactic and the gameplay is, I guess you could say, very reminiscent of a Souls game, and it kind of starts to, you know, people are like, oh, it's a Souls-like. what do you think the chances are people are going to walk away saying like this is better than Dark, like that looks better than Dark Souls, that looks better than Elden Ring? This is where I think I have to say my hype for Intergalactic isn't really there. I'm not really feeling hyped about it, but my level of intrigue and interest in like I really can't wait to see what the gameplay, like the actual long form gameplay of this title is going to be, because I have this really strong feeling that if it is actually Naughty Dog's attempt at a Souls like that's basically what it ends up being. It's like, yeah, it's a Souls like with more fleshed out cinematics and story. I think Naughty Dog is going it at that point. That's an uphill battle, in my opinion, where it's like, well, you have some interesting company, and I'm curious to see. Like, I think it would be a wild ride if like they come out and it's like, yeah, this is our attempt at a Souls like, and it's like one of the best ones ever made. Like basically it's our version of Bloodborne or some shit. Like that would be awesome. I mean, I would love to see that. I'm just so morbidly curious, man. This game, out of all the games that Sony currently has in development, in terms of curiosity, Intergalactic has piqued my interest the most, because I get this sense, and I can't help but talk about it, because it's like it's so interesting to me. It's like, so The Last of Us 2 is like the most divisive game ever released, and then this is your follow up, and it just seems so unexpected to me. I kind of like it in that way. Like I like the fact that at the very least, whatever Naughty Dog is doing, I don't think is like this has not been very predictable. You know what I mean? People talk about how like, oh, we got like 3 Uncharted games in the PS3 gen, and that's true, but that, in a sense, it's like predictable. Uncharted 1, 2, and 3, and it was predictable with The Last of Us. So it's on, Last of Us 1, Last of Us 2. Getting this new IP that's so vastly different from what we've seen, I'm curious, man. They definitely have my curiosity. So we will see. Some would say Naughty Dog peaked with Uncharted 2. That's true. It's different for everybody. And I always am just so fascinated by these studios. It's like with GTA 6, right? Like, is GTA 6 actually going to live up? I mean, I think it probably will, but like, you think about From Software. If they do a follow-up to Elden Ring, it's like, how are you going to beat that, bro? Like, how are you going to beat that? Because that's the thing that what I'm saying is not exclusive to Naughty Dog. Like, when people talk about From Software, like they're at the same risk. They're at the same risk where it's like people want a Sekiro 2, people want to follow up to Elden Ring, people want a Bloodborne 2, and it's like, guys, the expectations placed on any one of these games is so fucking high. I mean, you talk about something like Half-Life 3, it's like everybody's so caught up in the idea of Half-Life 3 existing. Like, has anybody taken a moment to think about like what are people's expectations of this? Like, how is it going to live up to the expectation? And that's the the suffering from success. It's a real thing where it's like, again, you reach the peak of the mountain, dude. All that's left to do in most cases is slip and fall down. And you got to fight real hard not, to make sure that doesn't happen. Have I slept well? I slept a little bit better last night, yeah. MacTube says, I completely disagree with you, MBG. I think Intergalactic will be incredible. You think the internet represents everyone, but The Last of Us 2 still one game of the year is one of the best-selling games ever. Well, no, I'm not. See, I noticed that Naughty Dog, this is why I hate people's intense reactions on the internet. Not you, MacTube, but like, I hate the fact that people are hating on Intergalactic. I do. Because it's like, that's ruining any decent conversation that could be had about this game. Because the reason, like, the only thing I've seen said about Intergalactic since it was revealed that I think is a fair, it's not even a criticism, it's just an opinion, is I watched this Intergalactic trailer and I didn't see anything that really interested me or felt, nothing really compelled me. That's fair. I see plenty of game trailers all the time where I have that exact same feeling. What I can't stand is that there's just this negativity cloud around Naughty Dog and around this game that I'm not here to say it's fair or unfair because I don't know. And that's what I'm here to say. And I just wish more people would meet in that middle ground where it's like, we don't know. Like it doesn't matter. I want to say it doesn't matter. It does matter if your last game was incredible. It matters because it gives more confidence that your next game will also be incredible. But what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't mean you're bulletproof. You know what I mean? It's not a guarantee. It's a boost in confidence, but it's not a guarantee. And I just hate that. I hate that Naughty Dog has become one of the most divisive studios where it's like it's either going to be the worst piece of trash ever made or it's going to be an 11 out of 10 game of the millennium masterpiece. And I'm like, I think what I'm starting to settle on is like, I don't think it's going to be either. Like, I'm starting to think like, what if this is, and I don't want to say a mid game because mid is considered bad. Like, we all know that when people say something's mid, you're basically saying it's mediocre, it's not good. Nobody uses the term mid in a positive way. I think Intergalactic is going to be, and we'll see if I'm wrong about this. I think Intergalactic is going to be a game that shows people that Naughty Dog is not bulletproof. For a lot of people, they view The Last of Us Part 2 as like, that was the game that undid Naughty Dog. And I'm like, listen. I have had this conversation ad nauseum about The Last of Us Part 2. It's like, if you don't like the gameplay of The Last of Us Part 2, and you don't like the structure of The Last of Us Part 2, then what that probably means is you've never really liked any Naughty Dog games, in like recent modern Naughty Dog games. Because in terms of the gameplay, the presentation, the structure, the motion capture, the intensity of the gameplay, the violence, all this stuff, like how visceral it feels, that is something that has persisted across pretty much every Naughty Dog game since Uncharted 1. And people talk about The Last of Us Part 2 as if it's some other game. And it's not. It's like the story and the direction they went in feels other to a lot of people. Like, that's not, like, to me, that's, like, to me, The Last of Us Part 2, the only aspect of that game that I'm like, yeah, I think there's something wrong here is literally the direction of the story. And when they were coming up with, okay, so like, where do we want to go from here? And that's a big part of it. But everything else around that, like literally everything else around that game is like, it is like the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that, like, it just confuses the hell out of me when people are like, I just fucking hate The Last of Us Part 2. And it's like, well, is there anything good? Is there any good? And I'm not even trying to defend it, but it's like, if you hate The Last of Us Part 2, like, entirely, then that means there's no way you could have liked The Last of Us Part 1 because the gameplay is pretty much the same, if not better. And see, that's where people don't want to find that reasonable middle ground. And it frustrates me because I'm already seeing it happen with Intergalactic, where it's like, the reasonable middle ground is, I love The Last of Us Part 1. I loved everything about it. and the gameplay was awesome. The gameplay is one of the things I loved about it. Okay, then you should at least like the gameplay and think the gameplay in The Last of Us Part 2 is good. Now, if somebody says, I can't enjoy the gameplay as much because the story's so deeply intertwined with the gameplay, sure, it's not as, it doesn't hit the same way, but I just can't stand that people still talk about games this way. And this is not exclusive to The Last of Us Part 2, and I know I'm going on a total aside here, but it's not exclusive to The Last of Us 2. It's not exclusive to Naughty Dog. I'm just tired of people not fucking willing to just like separate these things, man, because they need to be separated. Because we like talking about a game like The Last of Us Part 2 or even like The Last of Us Part 1 as if it exists in a vacuum. It's like it doesn't. It doesn't. You know? Like, if somebody's first initial reaction is The Last of Us Part 2 is trash, I'm going to ask them, why is it trash? And if they say, because they killed Joel or because of the story, I'd say, okay, that's fair. But that means the entire game is trash? No. See, once you start challenging people and you ask them, like, deconstruct it a little bit, people don't want to do that. They don't want to do that because it will force you to give credit where it's due. And God forbid you have to acknowledge that Naughty Dog has talented developers that actually make some really decent to great good or to great gameplay loops. I almost said great good gameplay loops. You know, and it's just like, bro, you can hate the fact that, just like I do, that Neil Druckmann was like, this is what we're going to do with Joel. And this is this character, Abby, we're introducing. Guess what? I can't stand Abby. I can't fucking stand that character. One of the worst characters ever, in my opinion. Like, one of the worst. I'm like, yes, this to me practically ruins The Last of Us. Does that mean when I was playing her segments, the gameplay wasn't good, wasn't intense, wasn't brutal? That the environments I'm crawling around in as Abby and you know, trying to survive and make it to the next area, that wasn't a good experience? No, in isolation it was, in and of itself. Again, acknowledging it for what it is, giving the credit where it's due. I can, you know, it's not difficult to separate those things. So I know I'm going on a big rant here, but it's just because when talking about Intergalactic, make no mistake, if we get Intergalactic gameplay next year, one of the reasons I'm so hyper focused on it right now is because that's going to be one of the biggest talking points of next year. And it's going to be because you have so many brain dead takes on both ends where Naughty Dog could come out and show the most, I don't want to say mediocre, but they could show gameplay that's like, okay, this doesn't look bad, but like we've seen this. We've seen this like 30 times in the last 2 years. This is nothing even remotely new. Right? You could see that come out and you're going to see people be like this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, bro, were you reacting that way to every other game that's doing what this game is doing? No. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not interested in the people who are going to be losing their minds because it's Naughty Dog. I'm interested, and just like I'm not interested in the people who are like, well, I've already determined that literally anything Naughty Dog does is woke trash that I will have nothing to do with except to just constantly shit on it, and that's it. Both of those things suck. And I don't know why people are attracted to either of those things. To just glaze something to no end or to just shit on it to no end. It's like, what's interesting about either of those things? What's going to be interesting to me is if Naughty Dog, and this is what I keep thinking in my mind, like they're going to land in the middle, dude. Maybe a little bit, a little bit more towards one end or the other. But this is, I think, going to be a game that challenges people's perception of Naughty Dog, where it's like, they're not as perfect as you thought. And that's okay because they're still very good. And this game actually isn't really trying to do anything crazy or say anything crazy. It's just doing what it's doing, similar to something like Ghost of Yotei. It's just here to tell a pretty good story, decent story overall. Not trying to blow your mind or nothing. It's just trying to tell a decent story. I want to see Naughty Dog land in that space because it's going to be so funny to see how people react to that. Like so many people are going to melt down because they won't be able to accept that. They won't be able to accept that, yeah, Naughty Dog did not put a 10 out of 10 game out. Nor did they put a 4 out of 10 game out. I want to see, I swear this is the final thing I'll say and I'm going to move on because I'm going on too long. I want to see, hold on. I want to see a year where Naughty Dog, when they put Intergalactic out, I want it to be a year where Intergalactic gets like an 83 on Metacritic or like an 81 and doesn't get nominated for Game of the Year. That's what I want to see. I want to see that because I would just like the conversation, the level of meltdown on both ends where both ends would be wrong. And that would be beautiful to see. I would love to see that reality where it's like, this game is fucking trash. That's why it's not nominated for Game of the Year. It's got an 8 out of 10 and it's selling well. What do you mean? No, this game is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. Should have won Game of the Year 10 times over. Like, no, it shouldn't have, and it didn't. I want it like that. That's when I look at Ghost of Yotei, that's what I kind of love about it so much is like, well, to be clear, when I say I just want the game to be okay, to be clear, I want me to personally love the game. I want it to be so good that I'm like, dude, this is like my personal Game of the Year. I wish for that for any of the games I play. But in terms of just when we separate our own personal feelings on things from the broader conversations that inevitably make their way to these conversations, I want to see this because it's like Ghost of Yotei. Ghost of Yotei, I think, is sitting like an 86 on Metacritic. You know? It's sitting at an 86 on Metacritic. And it's like funny to me when people were... I saw people talking about Ghost of Yotei where like on one end, it's like, this definitely deserved Game of the Year. And then there's people on the other side of that spectrum where they're like, LOL, like the ponies and the Yotei fanboys, or whatever, like they're crying in the corner because it didn't win Game of the Year. And I'm like, you're both wrong. You're both wrong. Ghost of Yotei does not deserve Game of the Year because it's just not Game of the Year. But there's better games. Like there's better games. However, it's not a failure. Like it's not the failure that people were like, no, Ghost of Yotei is going to sell like ass because, whatever the actors. It's like, no, it's just a good fucking video game. It's a good to great video game that millions of people are going to play. They're going to buy it, play it, and enjoy it. I know I'm really going on a tangent here, but it's because you see this shit all the time where it's like things just can't be good anymore. You guys know, I don't know if you guys noticed that, like things just can't be good anymore. And I hate that because when we talk about the internet, and people mention how like, oh, it's, it's the internet influencing things. It's like, yeah, it kind of is. In such a negative way where it's like so many people are rooting for these things to be something. It can't be good. It has to be the best thing since sliced bread because that's what makes it interesting to talk about. Or it can't be good. It has to be a dumpster fire because that's what makes it interesting to talk about. And it's like, why can't just something just be good and just that be good enough to talk about? Why can't that be enough? I don't know. It's just an observation I've been making over the past couple of years. But MBG, what would you? When's the last time you gave a game a hug? Oh, I don't know about that. What would you consider the most important component of a story game between gameplay and the actual story? Well, I feel like you can't really separate the two things, like, I mean, if we talk about like Naughty Dog type games, so like Mafia: The Old Country, I'm playing Mafia. I just started playing it. And it feels right now like it's split evenly down the middle. It feels like it's split evenly down the middle where it's like I'm enjoying the gameplay, but it's not blowing my mind. And I'm enjoying the story, and it's not. In fact, actually, from what I played of Mafia so far, it fits exactly what I just said, where it's not, it's good. It's just good. It's not great. It's not phenomenal. I'm not like, my mind isn't blown, and I'm not like, wow, this is awful or super mediocre. So I'm like, this is good. This is good. And so I guess you could say that is what makes it kind of less interesting to talk about. So I can kind of understand it from that perspective where it's like, well, is there anything that stands out to you? And I'm like, no, not in particular. But I can tell you what I like about it. I can tell you that I like the pacing of it. I can tell you that the performances are good. I can tell you that the gameplay, while nothing revolutionary and nothing mind blowing or like, wow, I've never played a game like this before, it's still fun. And I'm still getting a satisfaction out of it, certainly. And I'm interested to see where the story goes. So I guess the best way I can answer that question is for single player games where the story and the gameplay are blended together, as most, I mean, that's pretty much what almost, not all single player games, but a lot of story driven single player games, that's what it's about. I'd say that the importance on it is 50-50. You know, people say gameplay is king, and I tend to agree with that, but I'm just not sure how far that can be taken with games where story is there and very prominent. Where, yes, there's many cutscenes. Like, literally, to remove the story is to remove all context of what you're even doing when you're playing this game and why you're doing it. And so, yeah, I think it is important. And I'm not trying to say that it's more or less important or should be more or less important. I'm just trying to say that we should be able to separate these things when we talk about them, you know, where just like, for example, with Mafia the Old Country, since I just started playing that, I can separate me saying this game is good because I like the story and I like the performance so far and I like where it may be headed and I like the gameplay and I'm enjoying it. I can separate the performance from it, where this game has some of the worst screen tearing I've ever seen, and it's like it's one of the worst fucking performing games from that aspect I've ever seen. And I don't know why. I don't know if there's something wrong with it running on my PlayStation. I'm serious, it's crazy. But I should read the top Steam review for The Last of Us 2. Oh man, why? Do I really want to do that? And I'm just saying, like, we have the ability to separate these things, and we should when we talk about them. And I know I'm fighting the impossible battle here. And I guess that's maybe the problem, is I'm like yelling into a void. I'm yelling at the clouds, where it's like, dude, the people who want to have discussions around games that exist in nothing but the extremes are never gonna do what you're talking about. But I guess it doesn't necessarily change my desire, my consistent desire, where I wish that would change. I wish some people would wake up a little bit and realize that, like, so much discourse and so much discussion in gaming is ruined because people are unwilling to not exist in an extreme at all times. And I just wish that would stop, because if that were to stop, then conversations around Ghost of Yotei would be so much better. Conversations around Intergalactic, conversations around even games like Expedition 33. You know, like, these conversations would be so much better and these discussions would be better, but I don't know if it's going to ever change or improve, but I'll continue to advocate for it as best I can. And play Mafia on the Portal and then blame the hardware. Dude, I seriously am going to have to look into the screen tearing thing. I don't know what's going on. I've never seen anything like it. I think I don't know, there may be something wrong with my copy or something, because I'm just shocked that for all the people who recommended Mafia to me, or everybody I've seen talk about playing it, I've never seen anybody mention this. And I'm like, bro, it literally looks like my screen is tearing in half at all times. And I have it on performance mode on the Pro. So did I uninstall it and re-download it? I could try that. I could try it. Anyway, what was I doing? Predictions. So in conclusion, Intergalactic's gonna suck. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But that's what a lot of people take away, unfortunately. That's how a lot of people interpret what I just said. And they shouldn't, because that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. All right. Good answer. I personally would lean more towards the story being more important, as a great story can help carry okay gameplay, but I don't think great gameplay can carry an okay story. That's an interesting way to view it as well. I will say, when playing through The Last of Us Part 2, it was a little bit more difficult to focus on how good the gameplay was during certain segments when I know what's going on with the story, where I'm like, that's kind of living in my head, and that's the force, the pull of gravity. So I definitely understand where you're coming from, and that makes sense too. And if anything, I guess that could kind of lean in the direction of, yeah, maybe the story is more important in some cases. Platinum Mafia Week 1 and the game runs like shit on the Pro. It's still a good game. Oh, cool. Thank you for that tease. You platinumed it in a week. Is it I guess it's an easy platinum then? Yeah, I like it so far. I mean, I don't really have high expectations for Mafia, but I'm like, dude, this is it's scratching the itch. You know what I mean? It's definitely scratching that itch. And last I heard about Mafia, when Take-Two Interactive talked about it, they said it was a success. So, good for them. They made a more AA game. This game definitely feels like it's not the highest production value, but it feels like a game you'd get maybe like the early PS4 era. And it's a compliment. I like that. All right, I do need to get back on track here. I'm sorry for really going on and on there, but the conversation around Intergalactic will be interesting, to say the least. Okay, so I'm gonna go through this prediction very quickly, because there's really not much to say on it, but it's still a prediction that I think is worth making, because people are always going to ask. It's a question that pops up every year. There's not going to be a PlayStation showcase in 2026 either. Just saying, it's just going to be State of Plays. It's just going to be State of Plays. That's fine. I think Sony has a good cadence with the State of Plays, and now more than ever, I am convinced that, not that showcases are gone forever. I want to be clear, because I said last year during my predictions, I said, Sony's like completely done with showcases, or I kind of like insinuated that. I don't think they're completely done with their showcases. I think that the showcases are only going to happen during a year where they're releasing a new console, like a new generation. Then I think you'll get a proper showcase. Now that I've predicted this, though, they'll probably have a showcase in 3 months, or February showcase. Secret February showcase, lock it in. But yeah, I think Sony has found a good thing here with the State of Plays, where they basically do 3 to 4 State of Plays a year, and they have at least one big first party thing. Sometimes they have a couple first party things, but at the very end, they always have like one big first party thing. I think that's kind of the pattern that they've set, and I think they set that pattern because it works. So again, I'm not going to spend long on that prediction. That's a pretty boring prediction, but just one that I wanted to throw out there. All right, so my next prediction. So now I'm going to move into, I guess we could do these individually. Now I'm going to predict the game reveals that are going to happen next year from Sony. And, this is, I think, what most people are going to be interested in. As I said, we have a lot of games coming next year, an overwhelming amount of games coming next year. But with that, we always look forward to whatever reveals may end up surprising us, or, you know, reveals that we've been waiting for. Is this the time? So I'm going to start here. And I know that this is an obvious one, but we got to talk about it. I predict that the biggest reveal of next year for Sony will be Cory Barlog's new game. I will be genuinely shocked if a year goes by and I'm sitting here on January 1st, 2027, and we still don't know what Cory Barlog's game is. I will be shocked, because this game has been in development for a long time, and we've learned a little bit more about it through Jason Schreier, where it's not a new IP. It's going to feel like a new IP. It's not a sci-fi game like everybody thought it was. And so there's just this mystery surrounding this title. And we know that Cory Barlog's last game was God of War 2018. And, that elevated him to, master status, I guess you could say, of like, he's a master of the craft, and he's now one of the most well-respected and well-regarded video game directors in the entire industry. And I think a lot of people sometimes do forget, or maybe just some people straight up aren't aware that, like, yeah, he's been working away with a team over there at Santa Monica Studio. He's been working on a new game, and nobody knows what this game is. So there are a couple of insiders who know what it is, but they're not leaking or spoiling what it is. And you have to imagine that one of two things is going to happen. Either they're going to show the game next year, they're going to finally reveal it, and it's probably going to be a 2027 game, or it's actually a game that's just being prepared for next generation, and it's going to be a game with like a 7 to 8 year development cycle or some crazy shit like that, because I am quite surprised that we didn't get that reveal yet. I really thought that 2026 was going to be the year that we would have it teased. We'd get like a splash screen or something, or like a 30-second teaser, and we didn't. And I think, yeah, when it comes to new reveals from Sony for 2026, Cory Barlog's game is the big one. That's the big one. Like, that's the, oh man, okay. What's the bomb drop that Sony's going to have? And I have no idea what this game's going to be. That's kind of what makes it so interesting and exciting in a sense. So, MBG, should I get Uncharted or The Last of Us on Steam for my Xbox Ally? I mean, if you want to, Chris, if you want to experience those games again, but on a portable PC with an Xbox logo, like, I mean, I could see the appeal. It's like, whoa, this is crazy. But I don't know. I guess it really just comes down to if you want to replay those games and get some Steam achievements. And maybe if they're on sale, I'd say if they're on sale, maybe go for it. Why not? How dare you, Chris? You know what you do? You know what I want you to do, Chris? I'm gonna tell you what you should do. You go to your shed or your garage or wherever. Get a hammer. Get a hammer and do what needs to be done. Take out the Ally. Take out that Xbox Ally. All right? It's got to be done. Cory's next game being first person. Oh, that would be weird. Yeah, I can't imagine that, but I guess anything is possible, though. He's going to do it, guys. Good. Do it. I'm actually a first-person shooter guy, but I prefer all the Sony studios make cinematic third-person games. I like first-person games, but I greatly prefer third-person. Third-person, for me, is always my preferred way to play games. But it's not like I don't enjoy first-person games. I definitely can. And I do. But that's what I love about Resident Evil 9. I love the fact that Resident Evil 9 is just like, you can do either one. And I'm like, that's awesome. I'd wish so many games would do that. I wish all games would do that. I love having that option. What's up, MBG? New logo looks cool. I'm glad you like it, man. Thank you. Smash that plastic. All right, where are we at? So all right, I'll do another game reveal prediction for 2026. I didn't hear that rumor, Gothmog. No, I didn't hear that. Michael, you're saying I like single player, third person. Hate it for multiplayer. Gears, Uncharted, The Last of Us, etc. sucks. Really? I guess that's not the most unpopular opinion. I think a lot of people actually probably share that. Yeah, even with multiplayer, I still prefer third person, though. Your only gripe with Metroid Prime 4? Wish it had third person? We're third person fanboys, you know? All right, so another game reveal. Again, I know that these game reveal predictions are safe because, well, I guess I could try to throw in a crazy one, but at this point, we're kind of limited in what we can choose from. But another game reveal that I predict will happen in 2026 is the 2.5D God of War game. This game has been, there's not much I can say about it. It's been rumored for well over a year now. It's been corroborated by multiple sources. There's a chance it could have been canceled, but I feel like we would have heard if it got canceled. Last I heard was it got delayed so they could add proper voice acting. So it sounds like maybe they pumped up the budget a little bit. Maybe they actually want to make it a bigger game. But I do think this is another game that will be revealed next year. And I think it'll actually come out next year too. So that's my second PlayStation game prediction for 2026. And the next prediction I'm going to make for games, I'm going to group them together. But I'm going to call this the live service games section. And these are the live service games that I think are going to be. Now, I'm talking about reveals, not marathon's not counted because we already know that's coming in March. I'm talking about proper reveals for games and possible release dates for later in 2026 or 2027. The first one I have here, I think there's going to be two, basically. I think we're going to see two live service games announced from Sony and revealed next year. The first one is Horizon multiplayer from Guerrilla Games. They teased this very recently with that Horizon game that was announced for mobile. And they said, don't worry, we have our own that we're working on. I think 2026. I mean, dude, they've been working on this game for like 7 or 8 years or some crazy shit. So the time is right. I think that's going to happen in 2026. Happy New Year, Mini Tom. You had enough with the Horizon games? I know, but I think it's still coming. The second live service game that I think is going to be re-revealed and we'll get a release window, Fair Games. Either that or it's going to get canceled. And I'm going to say this. The fact that Fair Games has not been canceled yet tells me this game is coming to market. Because I don't understand why they would cancel it now. It's been literally years since it was revealed. They did playtesting. Yeah, I agree. They have to be completely reworking Fair Games. They probably rebooted development at this point. We're close to it. We know that Jade Raymond is gone now. We know that they did secret playtesting and it did not go well. So, although I will say, what we heard from that secret playtesting is some of the feedback apparently was like, there might be something here. So, it wasn't like awful. Like people weren't like, this is the worst piece of shit I ever played in my life. People weren't like that. But it wasn't like impressive either. So maybe that's why they decided not to cancel it. They're probably reworking it. But I do think that a proper re-reveal will have to come. Like this is like a shit or get off the pot moment where you gotta show the game and announce it. You know what I mean? Like was Fair Games gonna be a fucking PS6 game? Like, come on. They gotta, yeah. Well, apparently they say she left, but I don't know if she actually left or not. What if we get a new Astrobot 2? So, Mini Tom, I do think Astrobot 2 is definitely going to happen, but I don't think it's happening next year. I don't think we're gonna hear from Astrobot next year. Unless they do something really surprising where they're like, I don't know, like actually we made Astro Kart. I I doubt it, but excuse me. Release that shit now. So yeah, those are the two multiplayer live service game reveals that I think are going to happen next year. And if I had to take a guess, they'll probably be revealed randomly in like the middle of a state of play, not at the end. To be clear, the Horizon multiplayer, I could see Sony trying to make a big deal about that. But Fair Games, that'll be something that shows up, like 10 minutes into a state of play, and it'll be like a minute-long trailer, or like a 30-second trailer, 45-second trailer, and they're like, okay, moving along, just to get it out there. Or maybe they'll shadow drop it. You know what? That's what they should do. That's what Sony should do. They should, at the first state of play of 2026, we're 10 minutes into a 40-minute state of play, and then they show a trailer for Fair Games, and then it's just at the end, it's a minute-long trailer, and at the end it says, out now. Play for free. Or it doesn't even have to be free. If they want to actually have the audacity to charge for that shit, charge for it, but just get it out. Just get it out, But, could there be other game reveals? Absolutely. I want to make it clear that there's many other studios at PlayStation Studios working on games that could show up next year, but these are the 4 titles that I feel most confident in saying that at some point throughout the course of 2026, they will get revealed. My next proper prediction here this year. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna do that for at least a week or two. This year. I'm sorry. I know I keep saying 2027 accidentally. Next year, bro. This year, next year. It's all the same. Did we already discuss all our New Year's resolutions? Not yet. Not all of them. I'll be discussing them spontaneously throughout the next week or two. Clark, are you okay? You good? What's up, man? He's like walking around chirping and stuff. You good? You're reckless the way you jump around. You're reckless. You don't even care. Go ahead. Go chill. You can rest there. Sorry, you guys have to see a cat butt. All right. My next prediction. Let's gotta get a move on here. My next prediction. Yes, Nick, I do. GTA 6. Now I got this. I made this same prediction last year, and I was dead wrong. I might end up being dead wrong again. But my prediction this time for GTA 6 is it will not get delayed again. It will not get delayed again. It can't get delayed again. If it gets delayed again, I'm not making any more predictions about GTA 6. But this will be a final prediction. GTA 6 is not delayed. It does come out at the end of next year. And the extension of this prediction is that I think GTA 6 is going to basically save the industry, temporarily anyway. I think it's going to save the industry. I think at the rate things are going, we're looking at a potential industry crash. Not one that will like end the industry, nothing like that, but something where it's just like, okay, yeah, things are going down. And it's not looking pretty out here. It's not looking good. And I think if the trajectory that the games industry is on right now continues, by the time we get to November of this year, GTA 6 is going to need to come out to save this industry. Am I muted? I don't think I'm muted. We double check. No, we're good. I'm not muted. It might be on your end. And so I think the situation with GTA 6 is it'll come out at a time when it's desperately needed, and it will raise everything. Now, if I really want to try to like see into the future, try to predict the future, do I think GTA 6 will be enough to sustain the industry? No, I don't. I mean, maybe for like a couple months, but it's not. GTA 6 alone is not going to be enough to reverse everything that's going on in the industry right now. It's not going to be able to solve all the problems, but I think it will. It will be the necessary like shot in the arm, I guess you could say, that the industry is going to need. And when it comes to PlayStation specifically, I think PlayStation is going to benefit greatly. I mean, I think that's a really easy prediction, but I don't think it can be understated how Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to do big, big things for PlayStation next year or in general whenever it comes out. Because when GTA 6 comes out, it's only releasing for two consoles, the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series. And the Xbox Series is not selling anymore. People are not buying it. And I'm not just saying that. It is dead. Like, people are not buying Xbox. There is still an install base, though, of around 25, 28 million. So, when you consider the fact that by the time GTA 6 comes out, Sony will be well past 90 million units sold, or they should be. They'll probably be maybe like 93, 94, somewhere around there, assuming they don't have to raise the price too early in the year or whatever. I think GTA 6 is going to be the thing that propels the PS5 to well over 100 million sold, and it's going to be big. So to make that a little bit more concise, GTA 6 will not get delayed. It will quote unquote save the industry, raise all boats, and PlayStation will be the greatest beneficiary of that. And it's going to be awesome. It's going to be an amazing game. Prediction number 9. I don't know where we're at. I don't know if we're at 9. On my list, it says 9. I think we're at like 10 or 11 or something. So I'm sorry, I lost track. This prediction has to do with the big PSSR 2.0 update that's coming next year for the PS5 Pro. And basically what the prediction is here is it's actually going to do what it promises to do. And I have to emphasize that because I was wrong about my prediction for the PS5 Pro last year. I predicted that the PS5 Pro was going to get way more support, which it did. But part of that prediction was not only is it going to get way more support, it's going to be awesome. And people are going to feel better about it. And people are going to have a much, much more positive perception of the PS5 Pro. And that did not happen. I don't want to say it made people more cynical or more negative towards the PS5 Pro, but the reality is that a lot of developers have struggled to properly implement PSSR due to different game engines, and it just not meshing well with it. And we've even seen situations where developers have just completely decided we're not going to enhance our game for the PS5 Pro at all. There's also been quite a few instances of developers doing a very good job enhancing their games on the PS5 Pro. So basically what I'm saying is it's been a mixed bag. And I think that with this update that's coming in 2026 for PSSR 2.0, everything we've heard about it, it should make it way more easier. I mean, just way, way more easier for developers to really get the most out of the PS5 Pro. And it should mesh much better with other game engines. And yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a big Digital Foundry presentation, breakdown, all that stuff. And my hope, my prediction, I mean, it's a hope, but my prediction is that, yeah, it's gonna be doing what a lot of people frankly feel like the PS5 Pro should have been doing from the start. But it's the nature of PSSR being an AI machine learning, technology. It's the same as all the others. The first iteration is always the weakest. It's always the roughest, and it just takes time. And so, yeah, I think it's going to do big things. So like to make this prediction as concise as I can, to just simplify it, I think the PSSR 2.0 update will in fact be a game changer for the PS5 Pro and any game that's enhanced for the Pro in 2026, including GTA 6. So there you go. What's up, Mr. Veggie? Happy New Year's. we'll get locked 120 FPS PSSR 2. Carl, you're saying you haven't gotten the Pro, but you're looking forward to seeing the next update. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see, even if you're not a Pro user, to just... Because if you're not a PS5 Pro user, chances are eventually you'll be a PS6 user. And this technology is going to be there on the PS6, you know, so that'll be... it'll still benefit you in some sense in the future. When does that PSSR update happen? The rumor is it's coming out Q1 of 2026, but we don't have any official confirmation of that. And that rumor is kind of old. So, I mean, I would say early, did I say next year again? This year. God. Early this year, Q1 of this year. So, this month, February or March, I will say it would be great if they can get it out in Q1, because the longer we have to wait, the more, better late than never, but it starts to feel a little bit like, oh, okay, we're getting closer and closer to next gen. We got to get this thing out the door. But they've been working on it for a while. So I'll say, I want to ask this last question in regards to this update before I continue with my not my rumors, but my predictions. I do wonder if the way Sony's going to handle this big PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution update is a kind of soft relaunch of the PS5 Pro, because I almost imagine that they would come out and announce this, let Mark Cerny talk again, and then have like a bunch of games that are like, here are games that are now using PSSR 2.0. Come to think of it, it actually, that could be great. That's what I would want, right? Like, I want to see them make a big deal out of it, because I do think that the PS5 Pro got off to kind of a rough start in terms of the way it presented and the way it was talked about. And it did have like a bunch of games ready to go, but some of those games, it's the first versions of PS5 Pro games. So it would be cool if they kind of like remarketed and kind of soft, do another soft relaunch. That'd be cool. I wonder if they would have like an updated version of the Pro, actually. PS5 Pro Slim. I don't know. Maybe. Mr. Veggie says, back in the PSSR. Yeah, bro. Thank you, Mr. Veggie. Michael, you want to see a whole buttload of games? My big question, dude, when it comes to this PSSR update is like, we still don't have the answer to the question, does Sony have the marketing rights to GTA 6? We don't know. We still don't know. We do know that when GTA 6 was shown off in the last trailer, at the beginning it said captured on a PS5. We know that Sony has a history of having the marketing rights for GTA and Red Dead, for that matter. The reason why I'm saying this is because I wonder if Sony would try to work something out to position the PS5 Pro and this update where it's like, the next time we see GTA 6, it's like, yeah, this is running on PS5 Pro using PSSR 2.0 or something like that, right? Like, because you could imagine that would be, that'd be colossal for the Pro. If they can get GTA anywhere near this update, it would market the hell out of the PS5 Pro, and it'd be exciting. I actually want to see that. Like, GTA 6 is like the biggest game that I'm so curious to know what it can do on the Pro more than any other game. So just a thought. All right, let me see where I think we're in the final. Yeah, so we're at the final prediction. Don't they more or less have market domination? Sony, that is, since probably 90% of high-end console users buy their third-party games on PS5. Yeah. Yeah, Sony is still in a dominant position. They want to maintain that dominant position. I think GTA 6 only being available on PS5 and Series X and S, I think it helps them maintain that dominance. There was a rumor that GTA 6 might be in development for the Switch 2. I remember reading a rumor a couple of months back that claimed that they were just like messing around with it, seeing if it was even possible. Dude, there's no, come on, man. There's no way. I don't even know what I would think if GTA 6 could run on a Switch 2. That would blow my mind. Like, I just don't think that's possible. Whoa, Michael, whoa. Bro used the term magnum. That's funny. It would probably look worse than The Witcher 3 on the Switch 1. I mean, run at 15 frames per second. You don't want a watered down GTA 6 on the Switch 2. Not even in principle. They'd have to cut corners so much. Well, we don't even know what this game's going to do on the Series S, man. That's like still a big lingering question. I'm really curious about the Series S version. Do you think GTA 6 will run at 30 FPS on all consoles, but with higher native resolutions on PS5/Series X and PS5 Pro? Well, there's this idea, there has been this idea for a little while now, that the PS5 Pro version of GTA 6 will be the only version on console that will run at 60 frames per second. Now, there's no proof of this. We haven't even heard any substantial rumors about that. But I want to point something out that a lot of people don't know about. I know about it because I remember thinking to myself, like, oh, so it is possible. There's a game called, I think it's called Colony of Ants or something. I think that's the name of the game. And Empire of Ants, I think is what it's called. Actually, Empire of Ants. Now I gotta look. I'm sorry. Empire of Ants PS5 Pro. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So there's this game that came out a year ago. It's an Unreal Engine 5 game. What's important to understand about this game is that it's an indie, it's a smaller game, but it's using like photorealistic graphics. So it's using like higher end graphics in Unreal Engine 5. This game is worth highlighting because as far as I'm aware, it's the only game that doubles your frame rate on the PS5 Pro. So Empire of Ants on the PS5 Pro offers a 60 FPS version that is not available on any other console. And so what this means is that it is possible. Like, that is a thing that developers can do, where if they want, if there's enough horsepower left over or overhead for their game to get 60 FPS where they otherwise wouldn't, which means it means there isn't parity, right? Like, there isn't parity across frame rate there. And what's just really weird about this is I'm pretty sure this is the only video game that does this. Maybe GTA 6, I know it's a very different game, but maybe GTA 6 could be the next one where it's like, yeah, we can get like an unstable 40 frames per second on the PS5 or something, but we can only get a stable 60 frames or relatively stable 60 frames on the PS5 Pro. But I'm not sure. I just wanted to point that out because it is possible. Unlikely, but possible. All right, we're gonna move to the final prediction here. Ansel, you're saying Rockstar is going to make a way to get it on the Switch 2. They're not going to ignore that money source after seeing the sales. Yeah, I mean, I could see them Well, I don't know if they'd be able to make another version. I was going to say they'll make like a separate version for the Switch 2, but their big money maker is going to be GTA Online 2. And if you make a completely separate version, I don't think that's going to work. I mean, if they really wanted to, what they could do is say, all right, well, the only way we can have a GTA 6 on the Switch 2 is we have to make a whole separate version. And they might do that, but it won't have GTA Online. And so we could see a scenario where it's like there's this really strange version of GTA 6 that's unique and different from all the other versions on the Switch 2. That might be something that they would consider because, I mean, they'd get millions of sales. Millions of people would buy that on the Switch 2. So what I'm trying to say is it could be worth their time to do that. All right, I keep saying this and then not doing it though, but can we get a prediction on From Software and the Steam Machine? Yeah, I'll do a prediction for both of them after I give you this final one as bonuses. Remind me, MacTube. Let me finish out this list I have here. This one, I feel like is a kind of obvious prediction, but the floodgates are going to open when it comes to rumors and leaks for next-gen consoles like the PS6 and the PlayStation 6 handheld. However, the actual prediction here is that I believe in 2026, we are going to get confirmation that the PlayStation 6 is delayed out of 2027. I'm not necessarily saying it will be official confirmation, as in I don't necessarily predict that Sony's going to put out a statement. They could say it to their shareholders, but one way or another, we're going to find out that, yeah, the PS6 is not coming in 2027. 2028 at the absolute earliest. I think this would not have been on my list if it wasn't for that recent report from Tom Henderson that claimed they're thinking about it. So I now feel pretty convinced that, yeah, I think the delay is happening. And I think next year is when we're going to find out that, well, Sony was prepared to release this in 2027. Now it's coming 2028 or 2029. And that's it. I don't really have much to say about that, but that was my final prediction. And you want a prediction on From Software and what was the other thing you said? From Software and where can I find it? Hold on. And Steam Machine. So I'll start with Steam Machine. A prediction I'll make for Steam Machine is I think it's going to be in trouble, but I don't think it's going to matter. That's my prediction. I think the Steam Machine is going to end up being way more expensive than Valve had anticipated, and they're going to get way less sales than anticipated. And I think it's not going to matter because this machine was never built to do a large volume of sales anyway. I don't know if that's a exciting or spicy prediction, but no, I'm just kidding. My real prediction is the Steam Machine is going to outsell the PS5 in 2026. My prediction is that Steam Machine will sell more units in 1 month than Xbox will have sold between the year 2025 and 2027. Between the years 2025 and 2027. Robert, you're saying, how you doing, MEG? Just a little hungover myself. I'm glad you could join us. I want a prediction on how many more kids and animals you acquire in 2026. I'm going to be acquiring children. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. We have Kirby Shaw, a member for 30 months. Kirby, thank you for being a longtime member. You're saying, do you see FSR 4 being implemented this year? How much of an improvement do you think it will be with console delays? I wonder how the Pro will grow. Well, I do think FSR4 will be implemented this year into the PS5 Pro. And to be clear, I don't mean PSSR 2.0. As far as I understand and everything we've been told, PSSR 2 is different from FSR4, as in it is its own thing. In fact, I think it was Moore's Law is Dead who revealed that there's actually more tools for developers to use and leverage for PSSR 2.0 than there is for FSR4. But FSR4 will be an option. It's AMD's option that developers will be able to use if they want, if they feel more comfortable. And yeah, I think that will make its way to the PS5 Pro as well. And you know, you're asking, or you're saying you wonder how the PS5 Pro will grow now with the console delays and the price increases. I mean, dude, we just covered a rumor yesterday that I don't know how substantiated it is, or you know, if it's actually, if there's any credence to it, but the rumor is that NVIDIA GPUs are going to go from like $2,000 to $5,000 or something like that, the 5090 or whatever. And that is, yeah, I mean, people were saying yesterday, like, it's going to cause like some kind of like rip PC gaming, basically. And I don't think it'll be rip PC gaming, but it's just, this is why I'm saying, like, going into 2026, man, it's going to be the year of software. And I think even the software itself is at risk of selling softer because of just how things are going economically speaking. But I think hardware, man, is in such a weird place. I keep saying next year. God damn it. This year. It's this year. It's 2026. I think hardware is in a very, very, very strange place this year. And I don't know if it's going to stay in this place, in this spot, but a lot of people are predicting it's actually going to get worse. And I think Sony's biggest concern is not so much the PS5 Pro, because I think they'll continue to sell the PS5 Pro for whatever price they have to, you know, not be negatively impacted by everything that's going on with components. But the real concern for Sony is the base PS5. My first prediction of the day, real prediction is that the PS5 is going to get another price increase. And when that happens, I think it's going to be a problem. I do. And I think it's already a problem that the PS5 on sale is like, wow, you can now buy it at its launch price. That's a problem, dude. Like, we've never seen this happen during a console generation. And we've been having conversations this entire generation, but especially the last year or two, about the future of console gaming. And it just seems like it's not, the question isn't the future of console gaming. The question really is the future of the industry, where things are looking more unstable and are more volatile than they've seemingly ever. I don't know if using the term than they've ever been, that might be a bit much. There probably were moments in time in the past with this industry where things were worse, but on this scale, the scale that we're talking about, it's looking more volatile and unstable than I think people would have predicted. And, I'm not trying to be like negative per se. I'm just trying to evaluate the reality of like, what does this mean? And I just think what it means is a lot of people are going to hunker down. I think it means that it doesn't mean that people aren't going to buy consoles. It doesn't mean that people won't buy gaming PCs. It doesn't mean that people won't buy games. But I think we are reaching a point where until shit gets sorted out, people are going to be much less interested in thinking about buying these things. And most people, I think, are now like, okay, well, wherever I am, I'm hunkering down. This is the ship I'm riding to weather the storm, so to speak. And we don't know how long that storm's going to last. We don't know if it'll be a year. We don't know if it'll be 3 years. But this is something I think you see reflected with the way people are cheering the idea of Sony, please delay the PS6, because people want to hunker down, because people don't want to buy a $700 to $800 PS6. I don't want to buy a $700 to $800 PS6. I want a PS6 that's going to feel like everything's right. People, even right now, for as good as the PS5 Pro is in terms of what it's offering for price for performance ratio, it's still like $750. Even that went up in price. So I just think it's going to be about weathering the storm. And I don't think it's really a problem for us, to be clear, for the gamer. It is a little bit. It depends on where you are with your hardware situation. But like for me, and I think some of you, I have a PS5 Pro, and I've been talking about how 2026 is the year of software. It's the year of big releases and all these, like an overwhelming amount of games. Whatever problem Sony may be about to run into with their console sales is not necessarily my problem. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, well, I know the PS5 is fine. If the PS5 stops selling tomorrow, it's still fine. It's like, yeah, you have an install base of 85 million. That's like as much as the PS3 in its lifetime. It's pretty good. So I'm not worried about it losing support. That box is checked off. I'm not worried about the console itself not being good enough or getting left behind, because, again, the Pro is top notch. It's great. And it's going to get better next year. This year. So you can check that box off. So the concern then, if there is any, is more from maybe if you're like an investor, I guess. If you're an investor, if you are somebody involved with Sony directly. But I would say from our point of view, a console enthusiast point of view, and the same can be said for PC. Wow, he's really just making himself comfortable here. Poor Boss getting replaced. Dude, Boss isn't replaced, man. Like, I'm trying to teach Boss that, like, bro, this space is to be shared. He'll get used to him. Don't worry. Boss will be back. Just give him a little bit. Boss will come back, and they'll be sleeping up on that cat tower together, napping together in no time. I'm sure they will. But I just think it's the fact that the console market, there's a real risk right now of the console market collapsing. But it only happens under specific circumstances, I think. One of those has already come to pass, by the way. So when we talk about like Xbox, that is, I know a lot of people talk about Xbox like, oh, Xbox sucks, Xbox died, and who cares? But when you look at it holistically, you realize like that was the first the first pillar. Granted, it was the weakest, but it fell, man. I mean, it collapsed. Like, it completely collapsed, man. And it's not coming back. Now we have to look at Sony and Nintendo, and we have to look at that realizing like they're the only ones left to carry the torch or to keep the console industry not just alive, but healthy. So there's more pressure on them. And when we look at what's going on right now, it's looking kind of spooky, man. Like, when we look at Sony and Nintendo, we know that the console's their bread and butter. And I don't know how they're going to navigate this. So I'm nervous from that perspective. And like the long-term health of the console market. Will we be able to get out of this relatively unscathed? Or is this going to be a permanent change? Is this going to lead to a permanent alteration? It already has with Xbox. What about PlayStation and Nintendo, though? Robert Rose, thank you for the $2 super sticker. And Zanarkand, what's up, man? He says, MBG, Happy New Year 2026 to you and your family, man. Best wishes, and may the new year bring new surprises and is amazing. Well, thank you, Zanarkand. I appreciate all the support you've been showing the channel recently, and I'm glad you could show up. And Happy New Year to you as well. And I hope things go well for you and your family too. I'm hoping for 2026 to be a good year. I mean, I know I'm speaking a lot of concern right now. I think there's good reason for concern, but generally speaking, I think, I want to believe there can still be a lot of good that comes out of 2026, Boss's replacement, no way. Oh, man. And Zanarkand with another super chat, he says, if you have time, and you're asking if the live stream's ending soon. Well, I'll at the very least, I'll be streaming for 20 minutes. I could very well stream longer than that. I'm not sure. I'm just kind of like freeballing it at this point. But I'll at least go for 20 more minutes. Saying, could you wait to read, except this one, until I post all of my long multiple super chats? You know the usual. Or wait tomorrow. I mean, I'll leave it up to you, Zanarkand. Like if you want to do it today, I have no problem waiting while you do your thing. If you would rather do it tomorrow, I have no problem doing that either. The only difference between today and tomorrow, I would say, is I'm just unsure of what tomorrow's topics will be. But yeah, if you want to, you let me know, Zanarkand. I'm good with either. There's no rush. If you want to do it now, I have no problem. I've just been hanging out. We've just been talking about predictions. So it's your call, bro. If prices just keep going up, I'm okay with what I have. I don't need this stuff. Well, that's what I mean, Chris. I think that's the position that most people are starting to kind of pivot to, where it's like, all right, just gonna use what I have and just be happy with what I have. And if there isn't some kind of urgent demand, then I think most people are like, yeah, this is fine. And that's you can see how that's a major problem for hardware manufacturers, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, Sony is exactly that. Sony is the hardware manufacturer. A reality that we could see unfold for PlayStation is maybe something like this, and we will start to see it here in 2026, and it will extend to 2027, possibly 2028 and beyond. A reality that could unfold is the price of the PlayStation goes up, and from that point forward, it will be made clear that the PS6 is delayed to like 2029, and each year going forward, it's just declines over declines over declines, and it's just this kind of gradual descent, or maybe a more rapid descent. I mean, we're coming off of a Black Friday season. A Black Friday season where is apparently the worst since 1995. Since the NPD started tracking, which is like, what? So it's definitely cause for concern in that sense. And we have what's your Doc Zarkand? Oh, I like that. Doc Zarkand. He says, MBG, this is a story time, multiple super chats, so non-topic dependent. So today or tomorrow, we could just do it today. You're here, right? You're here. You're ready to go. I'm here. I'd say let's do it. We got story time super chats. These are always fun. I think it's so funny that you do that too. But yeah, I'd say let's just do it now then. Why wait? But you let me know. I'll let you do your thing. You get all the super chats you need to get in, and then let me know when it's time to read them off. Boss, Luna, and Leia in the room, play fighting. I mean, dude, like, I moved my setup too. The cats still come and hang down here. But Clark, surprisingly, Clark has really, I don't know. Oh my God, bro. Sparky Nuts, I know. What's going on? Why? Bro, I'm getting dragged into politics. Yeah, I'm not a fan, but that's just funny that my tweet, I'm like, all right, whatever, man. Whatever. And Doc Zarkan says, okay, wait until I'm finished, MEG. Will do. No rush. No rush, Zanarkan. Take your time, bro. Take your time. We'll just hang out and continue to talk about. We'll continue to talk about the trajectory of the console market. And yeah, so the only other thing I can figure, right? This is the only thing I can figure. Going into this year, I think Sony is terrified at the idea of raising the price of the PS5 again. I think they are. And you can understand why. Because if they do decide to delay the PlayStation 6 into even 2028, but also 2029, if they decide to do that, then it means they're going to have to find a way to meaningfully extend the PS5's life cycle beyond what they had intended. And that is something that they'll have to do on the fly. And if that's what they're trying to do on the fly, I mean, I'm not saying they can't be successful at it, but there's risk associated in that. Well, how are you going to meaningfully extend this console's life cycle while raising the price and still expecting more sales? You know, these things just, it's the perfect storm. I hate to say it, but it's like the perfect storm of like, bro, any other time in a console's life cycle and a console generation, the further you go, the cheaper it gets. Therefore, the easier it becomes to sell to the people who didn't upgrade yet or didn't buy one. We're seeing something unprecedented where now, for those who were already apprehensive or already waiting around or unsure, now you're being told you're going to have to pay even more. And most people's reaction to that naturally is going to be, well, no, I'm good. I wasn't going to buy it when it was on sale for $350, $400. I wasn't going to buy it at its launch price of $500. I'm certainly not going to buy it now at like $550 or possibly even $600. And this is where I don't know what Sony's going to do, man. Because the worst thing that could happen from Sony's perspective, again, this is from Sony's perspective. I'm not saying you have to be worried about it. You shouldn't be. Unless if you're an investor, maybe you have to be worried. I don't know. But probably not, right? If you're just a regular gamer and even if you're like more than a casual consumer, you're like a hardcore enthusiast, your worry can only extend so far. But from Sony's perspective, the greatest worry is like, what do we do when PS5 sales hit a wall and we don't have anything to rely on? This is why I said in my predictions that GTA 6 is like the biggest thing, man. It's the biggest thing that Sony has still in their, like, it's the ace up their sleeve. That it's not even theirs. It's an ace up take two sleeve that will actually help win the game or extend the game for Sony. as well. And that's why it's kind of nuts how at the rate things are going, GTA 6 will be the thing that actually temporarily truly does save the industry. Because I don't know what Sony would do. I don't know what else they have. I mean, we could talk about Wolverine. Sure. That'll sell some consoles. But, like, what is Sony going to do if it's like, yeah, we have to we're raising the PS5 to $600. Okay, well, show me what you got. And what do you got? I don't know. I know I'm just kind of like rambling here, but it's just the fact that Sony's in a relative, and Nintendo for that matter too. It's Sony and Nintendo. But just focusing on PlayStation, they bet on this business model. And we are seeing a storm brewing that is like, okay, we've read the writings of analysts time and time again, generation after generation, about this is going to be the last console generation. This is going to be when consoles collapse or when consoles are done. We've been down that road, and it's never been true. We are actually watching something unfold. It's like, no, this could be it. Like there might be no coming back from this. And that's the biggest concern that Sony has to have right now, is that it is a wait and see situation where Sony, to be clear, can weather the storm. Like, you don't have to worry about PlayStation. Like, nothing's going to happen to PlayStation. The worst thing that could come out of this for PlayStation, though, for those of you who are big PlayStation fans and enthusiasts and people who have been, really passionate about the console experience and the type of console experience that PlayStation and Sony have been delivering over the generations, the worst thing that could come out of this is Sony is forced to change their business model to prioritize something else. And I mean literally forced. Like, they don't want to. They tried to do everything they could to avoid it, but the storm is not passing. It's not just a storm. It turns out that this is just the new normal, right? And what that means, I don't know what that looks like, man. I don't know what that means. I don't even know how. Like, it's not outlandish to think that right now, part of Sony's strategic meetings, part of the meetings, or a section of their meetings that they're having right now are, okay, what's like plan B and C and D if we can't continue to sell consoles, or we hit that wall, which seems to be looming in the distance. It's not, unreasonable to think that they're having those conversations as we speak. And I try to imagine like what that could look like. And, for a lot of people, that's, they're going to go day one on PC for everything, a PC launcher, a PlayStation app on all the, basically go in the direction that Microsoft went in, but maybe be more successful in doing so. I don't want to see that happen because, again, if it does, it means it's because the console's on its way out. And there's nothing Sony can do about that. I've always told you guys that Microsoft's pivot into being everywhere and everything's an Xbox, this pivot was done because they weren't selling consoles. And I've always told people, make no mistake, if Microsoft was successfully selling consoles at the rate that they would want to, they wouldn't be all over the place right now. They wouldn't be doing this thing where everything's an Xbox and you can play anywhere. They wouldn't do that. Or it would be much more mitigated and much more particular and picky and choosy. And that's why, like, that's always been the biggest reason why I've been nervous about Sony going in that direction, because if they do go in that direction, it does undermine and downplay their own console and their own business model. And I'm not saying that we couldn't see a healthy balance of put your games everywhere, put your brand everywhere, put your ecosystem everywhere, and still sell a very healthy, you know, very healthy and even large quantity of consoles. Like, can both exist at the same time? It's possible, but it's one of these things where it's like, it's risky to find out. It's really risky to find out. Because one, the common sense tells you that one kind of comes at the cost of the other. And so I don't know, man. I'm really, really interested to see how this all plays out. It's unfortunate. I mean, I got to tell you, man, like when I was thinking about the launch of the PS5 and the build up to the PS5 and the shortage of the PS5 during that time, I thought for sure that was like the worst thing that was going to happen. I thought for sure, like, if Sony can overcome this console shortage, they're fine. It's just going to be smooth sailing from that point forward. There will be no other roadblocks, no other, there will be no other singular thing that could happen this generation that could be worse than that. And then here we are. It's like, well, I actually, this might be worse. This might be worse, where you are 6 years, you're going to enter the 6th year of the console out on the market in this generation, and the price is somehow going to be higher than it was at launch. We got to hope GTA can do that heavy lifting, man. We really got to hope GTA can do that heavy lifting, because if GTA can't do it, then I think GTA will be the test. If GTA can't save the industry even temporarily and help turn things around and kind of like right the ship, that might be it, dude. Because you're never going to see something like GTA again. If GTA can't do it, or can't be the catalyst, I should say, can't do it single-handedly. I did say that, and I mean that. But if GTA can't act as the catalyst to turn things around, then I think it is safe to say after that, like, we're talking 3-6 months after GTA comes out, evaluating a landscape, evaluating where we are in like mid-2027 as an industry in the console space. At that point, dude, we are looking at I think we're looking at a permanent change. We're looking at a permanent change that, we'll look back at years like 2024, 2025, and 2026. I say that we're just entering 2026, but we'll look back at a year like 2025 and be like, that was the year. That was the year the step change occurred and everything, that the ship hit the iceberg, so to speak, and everything changed after that. So again, not to be so negative about it. It's Devil Shooter saying this is worse. Hardware companies are purposely making monopolies. Yeah, it's concerning. I want to read this one super chat from Jeremiah in between Zanarkans. He says, MBG, you're the best. I've always loved this channel. Keep going, brother. Thank you, Jeremiah. I really appreciate that, man, and I'm glad you enjoy the content. And we'll keep it going. Yeah, we'll keep it going. It's the new year, Again, I'm not trying to be overly pessimistic. I'm just trying to go into 2026 with... I'm trying to be like mature and realistic with my expectations, but hey, man, regardless of everything I just said, putting all that aside, we're still getting a lot of great games, dude. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. I just have this kind of like dream of seeing the console. And I'm not talking about Nintendo. I'm not talking about Xbox. I'm just talking about PlayStation, to be honest. Just seeing the PlayStation console continue to thrive for generations to come. Like, alongside everything else, like if Sony wants to go more to PC, if they want to do this and that, I don't care. I just don't want to see this. I don't want to see the console. I know people are going to take this. Some people are going to take this the wrong way. They shouldn't, but I don't want to see what happened to Xbox happen to Sony, dude. I don't want to see that happen to PlayStation. I don't see it happen, even to like a lesser degree. I just don't want to see that happen, because it's just, console's a unique experience to me. I know a lot of people look down upon the console experience, and it's viewed as, a lot of people view it as lesser or inferior to something like a PC gaming experience. But I'm just like, I don't know, man. I think it has its place. And my hope is that PlayStation will be able to always kind of solidify itself as, listen, no matter what's going on, like, yeah, there's still a place for the PlayStation home console, right? The PlayStation console that goes under your entertainment center where you don't want a PC game, you're not interested in it. There's an alternative. You know, I'm not interested in seeing everything becoming PC gaming, just like I wouldn't be interested in seeing everything becoming console gaming. I wouldn't want to see that either. I don't think either of those things are necessary. I just do think it is concerning that we're seeing this kind of like, you know, deleterious, I mean, material deleterious impact on the console industry specifically, first and foremost. I mean, it's happening with PC too, but PC is just, the thing about PC is it's so ubiquitous just by extension of people use PCs for a lot more than just gaming, right? Like there's a chance there's a high chance you have a PC. There's also a decent chance it can do some gaming. Consoles are specifically just for, I want to do gaming in the living room. Deleterious. Bro said deleterious. Damn, Zanarkan's still going, bro. He's going ham with these super chats. We're gonna have a big ass story time when it's all said and done. Bro's making the stream. Titus, what's going on, man? Happy New Year. I hope I don't get confused reading this. It's got 32 parts. It looks like they're Back to the Future themed. I've seen the Back to the Future movies. It's been a long time since I've watched them. But I remember I really enjoyed them. I'm like, yo, these movies are awesome. You had to Google that word? It's not a word I use often. But yeah, so on a more positive note, I do think 2026 will be a really good year for PlayStation. Will it be good for Sony's bottom line and console sales and, you know, like, is it going to be the most profitable year for Sony? I don't know. And I'm not too worried about that. I did want to mention one other thing, though, with this whole conversation I'm doing about how Sony could navigate the console market beginning to really shrink and struggle because prices are going up and people are buying less consoles and all this stuff. Sony, at some point, will feel as though they are forced to make up that loss of revenue somewhere else, and I wonder where that would be. That's something that I do think about that would directly affect the consumer, where they're not, like, Sony's not just going to sit there and let their numbers drop. No, I don't know if you guys noticed this. No company's letting that happen, and it is kind of annoying because it's like, I don't know. I think we're seeing that natural kind of like every company has to just maybe like, it's okay. This is how things are going to balance themselves out. But the way Wall Street is and the way investors are, it's like, and the expectation of how these companies are supposed to be run these days, just to purely appease those shareholders. You know, it's one of these things where it's like, bro. All right. So Doc Zarkan Blitzer says, done, MBG. Read now. Feel free to pause and comment, man. All right. Well, before I read them, thank you so much, bro. That's very, I mean, dude, that's like, I don't even know. It's got to be a couple $100 worth of super chats for this story time. So I really, really appreciate that. Let me get my reading glasses out. Story time. Oh man, there's no the reflection is crazy. It would actually be worse for me to use those. Let me hold on. Can I give me one sec? All right, I've increased the text size because I'm getting old. All right, let me switch this to fan funding so I can read it more easily. Let me go all the way back up. But yeah, before I read it, Zanarkand, dude, thank you so much, man. Seriously, it's very kind of you, man. You dropped a ton of super chats. You've been dropping membership gifts and a lot of super chats on recent streams, so I thoroughly appreciate that support. All right, I'm not going to read part 1, part 2, part 3, just because I think it would get overly redundant for me to read each part, but we are starting with part 1. 2008, DeLorean drives into driveway, hits some trash cans. Guy with crazy hair comes out of car. Doc, Marty, you got to come back with me. Young Marty Bound McGamer, bro. Marty Bound McGamer. Where? Doc, put silver glasses up on head. Back to the future. Doc opens up a trash can, tosses lid to the ground, throws out MBG's clown wig. Torn Ronald McDonald clown uniform. Bro, I'm in a Ronald McDonald clown uniform. This is amazing. And grabs some used hair gel canisters and banana peels. Marty Bound McGamer. Wait a minute. What are you doing, Doc? Doc says checking if soda can still has liquid while holding hair gel and banana peels. I need fuel. Camera focuses on a large cylinder object with the name Mr. Fusion Home Energy Reactor. Doc opens up the cylinder. Steam comes out. Then he puts the banana peels in. Go ahead. Quick. Get in the car. Doc empties the soda can into Mr. Fusion and throws can and hair gel in as well. Then closes it. I'm sorry if I'm reading this horribly. Marty Bound McGamer. No. I just got here, okay? Jennifer's Misbound McGamer here. We're going to take the new truck for a spin. Doc says, well, bring her along. This concerns her too. Marty Bound McGamer. Wait a minute. Doc, what are you talking about? What happens to us in the future? What we become? What we become, assholes or something? Doc pauses. Oh, no. You and Jennifer turn out fine. It's your kids, Marty. Something's got to be done about your kids. Jennifer, with a shocked face. DeLorean reverses out of the driveway. Doc presses buttons on the car. Marty Bound McGamer. Hey, Doc. You better back up. We don't have enough road to get up to 88. Doc says, roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads. He's got the whole thing. Biff runs out of the house looking for Marty. He wants to show his matchbook. Then he sees the DeLorean lift up from the road. Wheels adjust with jet flames coming out to the ground. The DeLorean lifts up to the sky, speeds up to 88 miles, then disappears. Biff, what the hell's going on here? Back to MBG's Future Part 2 theme plays. Back to MBG's Future, bro. Oh, man. Where's this going? Zanarkand? Marty Bound McGamer. What the hell was that? Doc, taxi cab. Marty Bound McGamer. What do you mean a taxi cab? I thought we were flying. Doc says precisely. Marty Bound McGamer. All right, Doc, what's going on, huh? Where are we? When are we? Doc says we're descending towards Hill Valley, California at 4:29 p.m. Points to a date and clock on Sunday, October 21st, 2035. Marty Bound McGamer. 2035? You mean we're in the future? Flashes forward. Cars parked in the alley. Marty puts on Nike sneakers, laces, auto ties itself. Marty Bound McGamer. Power laces. All right. He then puts on an oversized jacket. Doc runs back while looking at his watch. Marty Bound McGamer. This thing doesn't fit. Doc presses a button on the jacket. Male jacket voice. Size adjusting. Fit. Doc, put out your pants pockets. All kids in the future wear their pants inside out. Put on this cap. Doc puts on a multicolored cap on Marty. Perfect. Your spitting image of your future son. Marty Bound McGamer. What? Doc says, help me move Jennifer over here. So what's the deal? Grab her feet. All right. Okay. Now what? Where's this going? It's making me nervous. In exactly 2 minutes, you go around the corner in the Cafe 80s. Cafe 80s, Doc says it's one of those nostalgic places, but not done very well. Go in and order a Pepsi. Here's $50. Doc hands Marty a $50 bill note. Pepsi costs $50 in the future? Bro. Who? All right. I guess that's the answer. Before I continue, that's the answer. Pepsi's going to cost $50 in the future. What PlayStation are we going to be on in 2035? Dude, that's, you know what's so crazy? Really quick before I continue, like, the way some of these past movies envisioned the future that we're so close to, like we're 10 years away from that future, it's like, bro. Anyway, Doc says, I'll continue on here. Then wait for the guy named Griff. Marty, Griff. Doc says, right. Griff's going to ask you about tonight. Are you in or out? Tell him you're out. Whatever he says, whatever happens, say no. You're not interested. Marty says, okay. I say, okay. Doc says, then leave, come back here, and wait for me. Don't talk to anyone. Don't touch anything. Don't do anything. Don't interact with anyone. And try not to look at anything. Flashes forward. Marty standing in the Cafe 80s. Waiter with President Reagan on portable screen. Welcome to the Cafe 80s, where it's always morning in America, even in the afternoon. Our special today is mesquite grilled sushi, Cajun style. Another dude on the screen interjects saying, you must have the hostage special. Marty says, hey guys, all I want is a Pepsi. A Pepsi. Perfect bottle comes out of the table in a drink holder. Marty takes the Pepsi and drink holder goes back into the table. Flashes forward. Marty says to knocked Marty McGamer Jr. Stay down and shut up. Takes Marty Jr.'s multicolored cap and puts it on. Then gets up and jumps over the counter. Griff. Now let's hear the right answer. Marty shoves away Griff. Griff says, well, since when did you become the physical type? Marty says, the answer's no, Griff. No. Marty says, yeah. What are you? Deaf and stupid? I said no. Griff says no. I love how I have to play all the roles, bro. Griff says no to both Final Fantasy X Final Fantasy X Resurrection, Final Fantasy X Remake. Oh, okay. So we're saying there's a Final Fantasy X remake in the year 2035. And tonight, what's wrong, McGamer? Chicken? Marty stops. Marty says, what did you call me, Griff? Griff says, chicken. Chicken McGamer. Marty says, nobody calls me chicken. All right? I'll play Final Fantasy X Resurrection. Are you Griff? Are you Griff in this story? Griff's friend hands Marty and Griff holodiscs. Griff says, reveal the prototype PS7. PS7 comes out of the arcade machine. Holodiscs react. And then the entire cafe environment is transformed into the world of Final Fantasy X. Everyone but Marty and Griff disappear. Marty becomes the star player, main character guy, and Griff becomes the villain guy. Both ready their fighting stances. Marty with Brotherhood's sword and Griff with his hands and weird long blue hair. Then battle. Griff loses, spits out manure. Griff says, I hate manure. Marty escapes the cafe on a hoverboard. Back to MBG's Future Part 2 logo shows coming summer 2029. God damn, Zanar, can't wait. Bro's been sitting here for the last 48 hours. He's like, I got a new story I can come up with for MBG. Damn. I was wondering where this was going. I'm like, I know this is going to go somewhere gaming related, but I didn't know where. PS7, FF10 Remake, Final Fantasy X Resurrection, hoverboards, somebody challenging me, somebody challenging MBG. Am I going to play it? Yo, I'm going to be honest, man. After reading that, Zanarkand, if they ever do a Final Fantasy X remake, I'm going to feel obligated in every sense of the word to play it because Sheesh. I like that though. I like that, dude. It's funny because I've never. I remember I was watching Back to the Future, and this was like probably 12 years ago at this point, and I remember watching it thinking like, bro, there's no way. Like, I know we're many years away from the future they're envisioning, but there's no way it's going to be like that. And here we are now, here we are. It's not like that. It's not like that. But you know what though? I think the PS7 is going to be real. I think the PS7 is going to be real. I think Final Fantasy X will be real. And man, I will tell you this. If in the future we get a Final Fantasy X remake and it's called Final Fantasy X Resurrection, I will be convinced Zanarkand is actually from the future. And he traveled back in time to hang out here. No wonder why such weird things have been happening on my channel. Zanarkand, dude, thank you so much, man. It's been a while since we've done. How many have we done so far? We did one with X-Men, which was funny and chaotic. We did one with Metal Gear. Now we did one with Back to the Future with a little bit of Final Fantasy thrown in. The PS7 and Final Fantasy X Resurrection will come. It would make sense, dude. I mean, I know it sounds silly because we're doing it through a short story of like a retelling of Back to the Future, but I mean, I do have a question though, because you guys know my knowledge is limited with Final Fantasy. Is Final Fantasy X considered like one of the best Final Fantasy games? Like, is this a game that feels worthy of, like, it should be the next one in line to get the full remake treatment like Final Fantasy VII? Because I'm not sure. There's so many Final Fantasy games, and people always mention different ones. Like, people talk about Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy IX, and I never played these games, so I don't know. I don't know where they rank. Ghetto God, you're saying FF10 is the best FF game. Yes, FF10 Classics is a classic. It rivals FF7. FF10 is top 5. It's the best one. 10 was the best. Wow. I didn't know people were this passionate about it. Damn. I mean, you guys know I played FF7 Remake and I played FF16. And I liked both a lot. Still have to finish Rebirth though. Knowing that I like those games, do you think I would like FF10? Like, if they remade 10, do you think I would feel as strongly about it? I'm assuming it's turn-based, right? Wow. I didn't know that. You're saying MBG in Japan, FF10 won the survey as their most favorite Final Fantasy. Damn. That isn't okay. That's wow. It beat FF7? That's crazy. You think I won't like it? Why do you think I won't like it? I mean, you might be right. I don't know anything about it. Let me get an idea of the visuals. Final Fantasy X. Oh, this is the one with I remember that there's always like the meme of the guy laughing or the GIF. It's interesting visually. I can't make much out of it visually. I've seen this game many times though. Blitzball. You think I'd like it more than Final Fantasy VII? Titus is not my style. What's he like? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'd be okay with him. Gotta do FF10 research, man. If you liked Expedition 33, then you may like the classic Final Fantasy games from PS1 and PS2. Yeah, wasn't Final Fantasy X like considered one of the best looking PS2 games that came out at the time? Like, it was held in pretty high regard for its graphics. Well, Zanarkand, I'm sure we're going to get a Final Fantasy X remake at some point. Square's probably just saving it, though. they're going to finish up with Final Fantasy VII with Part 3. And I wonder if people would want to see 10 after Part 3 of FF7 is wrapped up. Oh, I didn't know that either. It was the first fully voiced Final Fantasy? I never played Final Fantasy 13. No, I have very limited experience with Final Fantasy. It was considered a graphical showcase for the PS2. I feel like my cousin played Final Fantasy X. Wasn't there I remember there was a Final Fantasy online game for the PS2. Which one was that? Because I remember my cousin was like addicted to that for a while. And I went over his house a couple times and he was playing it and he was trying to show it. It was Final Fantasy 11. Okay. Yeah, he loved that. He probably played Final Fantasy X then. He was more into Final Fantasy than I was. Like that was one of the series that he was into that I think he tried to get me into a little bit. And I was just like, nah, I'm good, bro. I'm not into that. I remember he had like his keyboard connected to his PS2 or whatever. That's so funny. FF13 was your personal favorite. If Square Enix remakes Final Fantasy X, they would have to remake Final Fantasy X-2 as well. Oh, wait, there's 2. Wait, what? Hold on. Yeah, so I've heard of this before. I never looked into it, though. FF10-2. Oh, yeah. I remember seeing this. So it's a 2003 role-playing video game developed and published by Square. First game in the series to feature 3 playable characters. It's considered a commercial success. Unlike its predecessor, in which the player's course through the world was largely linear, FF10-2 allows players to visit almost any location at any time. Oh. It takes place 2 years after Final Fantasy X. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's funny when I look back at these games because, like, the visual aspect, I've seen these games so many times and I've heard them talked about many times. But when I'm playing the PS2, I don't know how old would I have been? 2003. I was like 9 or 10. I was like 9 years old. I'm like, yeah, I'd like no interest whatsoever. They just never spoke to me. They never grabbed me. 10-2 is decent. You got it for like $10 back in the day. It's for girls. Is it the only game in the series to have a part 2? MBG, it's just their opinion. It doesn't mean FF10 is the best. You have to play it for yourself. Yeah, I mean, I would really only be able to, if they do remake it, I would only be able to compare it to FF7 and 16. And I'd be open to it, you know? I'd be open to it, but I have to make sure I finish Rebirth at some point. At this point, I'm probably going to wait to play Rebirth until Part 3 is out, or we get like a release date, and maybe like a month or two before it comes out, I'll play Part 2 or Rebirth, and then have that segue right into Part 3. FF13 is a trilogy. That's when I was always, Final Fantasy always confused me. I'm like, I don't know what's going on over here, man. They're all over the place. You got really close to beating FF10 back in the PS2 days and never played FF10 too. There's a sequel to Final Fantasy IV and the Advent Children. Took you 130 plus hours to finish Rebirth. Wow. I heard, yeah, the platinum in Rebirth was so bad that the developer like apologized for it. They're like, we'll never do that again. We're sorry. That's crazy to me. When I play Rebirth, when I actually beat it, I'm not going to go for the platinum. I know a couple of my viewers ended up getting a platinum. I know like PlayStation Pete, he got it. I'm pretty sure he got it. I know Josh Z, I'm pretty sure, yeah, he got Rebirth and it was a torturous endeavor for him. And I'm like, yeah, I care about trophy hunting, but I don't know. There are some games where I'm like, I'm not willing to go that far, man. Square does not understand how to make a trophy list. FF10 has a PS4 remaster. I picked it up recently. Oh, does it? I didn't know I had a remaster. Let me see what this looks like. Looking at some images. Okay, it's an yeah, you can see the improvement. It's not massive, but yeah, it's definitely fits the title for remaster. Yeah, over the years I've realized that I like remakes a lot more than remasters. Remakes are, and I think that's true for most people. Remakes are just a lot more exciting. It looks pretty bare bones. Well, the future of Square is going to be interesting because they've definitely been running into some tough times as well. But they're done with their exclusivity deals with Sony, that's for sure. And actually, I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy VII Part 3 will not be exclusive. No, Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3, the final chapter, will not be a PS5 exclusive. Square has confirmed that the game will launch as a multi-platform title. And I think that's smart because knowing that Rebirth kind of struggled, I don't think you want to set up the third and final game for more struggle, you know? When I found out Rebirth was struggling, I was like, yeah, you got to just untether it for the sake of giving the game the best possible chance. But it's understandable why Square thought exclusivity would work because the first game for Final Fantasy VII Remake did really, really well on PS4. Like, it shocked Square, I think, how well it did. And, Sony was backing them, and it seemed like the partnership was good, but it was good until it wasn't, and then it just kind of fell apart. But Doc Zarkand with another super chat says, MBG, I'm not sure if I can get the FF7 Rebirth Platinum. I heard it's hard, especially with the piano minigame. I dread it, man. Got Final Fantasy VII Remake Platinum. Yeah, so if I look up FF7 Rebirth Platinum Guide. Here we go. It's interesting. So Power Picks has Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The trophy roadmap is rated a 7.5 out of 10 for difficulty. Approximate amount of time to platinum, 150 to 200 hours. Number of missable trophies, 0. Nothing is missable. Does difficulty affect trophies? Yes, you must beat all chapters on the highest difficulty. The hardest trophy, 7-star hotel. This requires almost 100% completion. The hardest part being the brutal / legendary combat simulations. Harder than hard difficulty playthrough. Oh my, harder than hard. Nice. Minimum playthroughs 2, 1 on easy / normal, and then 1 on hard. Yeah, it looks super intimidating. Like, even just the amount of time. The amount of time is like, what? The legendary VR missions, the hard difficulty playthrough. I mean, with the hard difficulty, it almost sounds like it's skill based as well. So you have to have a certain level of skill to even accomplish that. You love that we're just talking about the Final Fantasy series as a whole. We've talked about Final Fantasy quite a few times, and it's a series that fascinates me. I'm fascinated by how little I know about it and how long it's been around and how important and integral it is to the entirety of the gaming industry. Like, it's such a long running series. And so it's one of these things where, you know, as the years go on, I will never commit to, I'll play every Final Fantasy game. That's probably never going to happen. No chance that happens. But I imagine as the years go on, like, you know, I'll get more Final Fantasy games on the belt, you know? Some notches on the belt. Chadley is cool. I didn't find the character too bad. Chadley's just funny. His name is funny. Chadley. Okay, what kind of name is Chadley? You think it's the combat challenges that make it so hard? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth won the most anticipated game for the Game Awards 2023, yet the sales were soft. I don't know why the sales were soft, dude. It's strange to me because everything seemed to. I'm sure that's why Square was so frustrated because it kind of didn't make sense. It just didn't add up. Uh, Everything probably told them that Rebirth sales should have been better, like way better than what they were. Maybe it was because it wasn't on PS4. I mean, that could be a possibility. Maybe it was the timing of the release. I don't know. The Final Fantasy 16 sales were a little bit soft for them too. MBG, you got the platinum for Liza P. You can get the platinum for Rebirth. Yeah, so my friend is playing Liza P right now, and he's definitely having a bit of a struggle. And yeah, Liza P I don't know if it will forever remain my number one in terms of like most proud, but it's up there. For now it is. The PS5 was hacked. Where's that coming from? I don't think the PS5 was hacked. I mean, people I think try like jailbreak and stuff. I'm just not. Oh, PlayStation ROM keys leaked. Jailbreaking could be made easier. Could be made easier. Uh-oh. Sorry for how bright my screen is. It says you still won't get a jailbroken PlayStation 5 with this leak, but it will make it easier for hackers to compromise the console's bootloader. The PlayStation 5's ROM keys have allegedly been leaked, meaning anyone who can get their hands on the hex strings now has the hardware code that will allow jailbreakers to try decrypting and analyzing the console's bootloader. According to the cybersec guru, this is an unpatchable problem for Sony because these keys cannot be changed and are burned directly into the APU. The only way that the company can invalidate the leaked codes is to replace the chips on yet to be manufactured units, meaning consoles that are already in the wild could possibly take advantage of future jailbreaks stemming from the use of these leaked codes. When you turn on the PS5, its CPU runs the boot ROM code that's baked in the chip and uses the ROM keys to ensure that bootloader is valid. Now that the ROM keys have been leaked, and assuming they are valid, a hacker could then decrypt and study the official bootloader and potentially use that as a starting point to understand how the PS5's boot system works. Since the issue is at a hardware level, Sony would not be able to release an update. Well, they just said that, but note that this leak does not automatically mean that we will see jailbroken PS5s on the market right now, especially as Sony has other security measures that hackers need to bypass. However, the appearance of these codes means that one of the biggest security features of the console has likely already been compromised, making it easier for those who are creating custom firmware to have a deeper understanding of how the console works and to use that knowledge and maybe build a modified or even totally different operating system for it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Did I get the platinum for Ghost of Yote? I did. Yeah, I got the platinum for that. Yeah, I imagine Sony's pretty worried about this. That's definitely something they're not feeling good about. Let the improved stability and security firmware updates commence. But then somebody says, it's not patchable. Huh. So it seems like Sony's always battling hackers and people trying to jailbreak PS consoles. And Doc's Arcane Blitzer with another super chat. Thank you so much, man. Seriously, it's an Arcane, bro. You've been so kind recently and generous. She's saying, MBG, maybe sales of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth were soft because of a few reasons. FF7 Remake released during the pandemic era for the PS4. Some fans expected only one remake. Fans waiting for a third game until they decide to play. Also, the economy. Yeah, some of those reasons I think are pretty poignant when it comes to why it probably sold soft. You're right that a lot of people, when they were trying to figure out why Rebirth sold so soft compared to part one, were pointing out that, well, FF7 Remake launched at the peak of the pandemic. And there's no denying that the pandemic caused such a massive artificial inflation of pretty much everything, practically, that, it is reasonable to think that that very well could have done the heavy lifting. Or like half the sales of people just looking for something to play. And they're like, the Final Fantasy VII Remake, and there's like 110 million PS4s out on the market, 115 million. So, yeah, that undoubtedly had a massive impact on why it sold so well. But you're also talking about people who are willing to wait. That's true, too. There are definitely people out there who are like, yeah, I'm not playing until all three parts are out. So, yeah, I'd say those are some pretty sound reasons as to why. Whether or not Square's okay with that, I mean, whether they want to accept that, I guess they have no choice. Mr. Veggie, you're saying Rebirth is truly great, though. I wish it sold more honestly, but it doesn't matter to me with how much I love it. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you enjoy the game and the game got made and they're going to commit to the third one, I guess that's really all that matters at the end of the day, Which game was harder, Liza P or Returnal? I think Liza P was definitely harder. Returnal had a very specific moment where it's like, here's the skill check. The skill check, I think, for Returnal was the third biome. If you couldn't improve enough and figure out how to get past that biome, then you probably weren't going to be able to beat the game. But once you got past the third biome, everything just starts to click in place. With Liza P, it felt much more difficult because it just constantly was ramping up. And like I always say, man, the beating that game on New Game Plus and having to beat the secret optional boss battle on New Game Plus, it practically broke me, dude. Like I still can't believe I did it. That might be the most difficult thing I've ever done in gaming. It might have been because it was so crazy. Like, one of the things that's so awesome about Liza P is you're able to mix and match weapons, and that's truly unique to Liza P, where you can like detach parts from weapons and put it on another weapon, and it basically makes a whole new weapon, and it has a different move set and all this stuff in regards to just experimentation and finding out different strategies. And that was what started to break me, was like, by the time I got to that, I would say probably like my 25th time trying, or 30th time trying to beat this boss battle in New Game Plus, I had exhausted like every configuration. I was looking up guides. I was looking up everything, and it got to a point where it's like, look, man, you're just going to have to figure it out. You're going to have to persist. And I got so pissed, man. I really did. I was so, I remember the night. It's funny how, like, if you've encountered a difficulty spike in a game, or not even just a difficulty spike, but you kind of hit a wall in a game, your natural tendency is to keep going. But sometimes what you have to do is actually walk away and just give your brain time to rest. And when you rest, you come back the next day or maybe a couple days later, and it's just like, boom, it's like your brain just made the connection. You figured it out. It figured it out, and it really does work like that, because that's exactly what happened to me with Liza P, where I was playing it all day into the night. I got so pissed. I'm like, fuck this game. Like, I'm done with this game. And I remember I was like having a breakdown to Mrs. MEG where I was like, I hate this game, dude. Like, and I just felt so pissed because it felt like it was taunting me. I'm like, it's like, I know I can do this. I know I can, but I still can't do it somehow. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to take a little break. I took like 2 days off, didn't play it, came back, and within an hour of coming back, I got it. And I'm like, I did it. I did it. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. My brain figured it out. Yeah, Liza, the regular playthrough Liza P is doable. It's not that bad. It's the New Game Plus final boss battles that are like, oh, God, bro. Like, this is crazy. Oh, man. And Zanarkhan, he's still dropping support. He's still dropping the super chats. He's got 2 parts here. He says, also, I was watching Moore's Law is Dead, his podcast. Tom said Sony had numbers that many PS4 owners were not upgrading the PS5 because of the price of the console. So Sony is aiming for a lower price point for the PS6. And you say to get PS4 owners to upgrade to get a similar PS4 ownership number. Yeah, I think I watched the same thing you did at some point, Zanarkhan, because I remember he was saying that, and I listen to what Moore's Law is Dead has to say about anything regarding the PlayStation 6, because he has seemingly the best sources for whatever Sony's doing next gen and their plans and their strategy. And that's what I find most interesting about his insight, is that he seems to have enough insight from his sources to kind of be able to gather, like, so is Sony, like, what is Sony's plan? Like, what is their strategy? And yeah, he was communicating that there seems to be a very stubborn group of PS4 players, which is maybe not that surprising because it just goes to show how good the PS4 was as a console. They just don't want to upgrade. You know, like they understand that they're still going to be getting games for many, many years to come, and they're fine. They're like fine where they are. It seems like Sony is kind of going to try to do this rip, you know, this big pull, I guess you could say. We're going to try to rip the Band-Aid off of, like, guys, we're done with the PS4. So now, like, now you skip the PS5, fine, come to the PS6. And that kind of makes sense, because I think, yeah, if you're a PS4 owner, at some point you're going to have to move on. Like, at some point. And I feel like the PS6 probably is, like, if you waited this long, you probably are like, I'll just wait for the PS6. Now, maybe that changes if the PS6 gets delayed, but yeah, I do think that one of the things that Sony's going to need to work very hard at is for the people. It's not even just moving PS5 players over. I think Sony will be happy with people continuing to support the PS5 for many years after the PS6, because the PS5 is, I think the PS5 is going to be, I mean, I was almost going to call it like the nightmare console for Sony. It's funny to word it that way, but I think the PS5 will be the greatest challenge for Sony, in that you're going to see people like playing the PS5 like 12 years after it launched, 15 years after it launched. And it's just, Sony, the reason why it's going to be the greatest challenge is because you're still going to have so many developers being like, yeah, there's a PS5 game. Like, we're releasing a PS5 game in the year 2034. And you know what? It's not going to be uncommon. That's why I think the PS5, I think the PS6 is the last, like, real generation for Sony. I really believe that, because it's just the reality of it, man. Like, unless there's some kind of massive technological breakthrough that occurs, which could happen, but I mean, a truly something that it completely transforms everything, and how developers make games and all that, which again could happen, but it seems unlikely. We kind of have an idea of where things are headed. I think you're going to see a crazy situation. It's going to feel crazy because it's unusual, but when you can say, I mean, dude, the PS5 is still a premium product. You know, it's still a premium product, and the price represents that. Why do people think that, or why do people hate on Moore's Law is Dead, Jeff Grubb, and Dusk Golem? Leakers aren't going to be right all the time. It's still, yeah, I don't understand it. Like, I appreciate what these guys do because, like, they're trying to put this info out there. Now, granted, I think some people get frustrated because, like, they're doing it for clout. It's like, well, no, they're going out of their way to get information that is difficult to obtain, and they're going to leverage that to help bring viewership or attention to what they're doing. Like, why wouldn't they do that? Like, why would you condemn them for that? Like, they're doing us all a favor in some sense, you know? Now, and I guess if you're really against leak culture, maybe you view that as a bad thing that they're doing. Like Dusk Golem shouldn't have leaked Resident Evil 9 or a Leon. That should have just been a surprise. And I'm like, yeah, but the fact that so many people didn't believe him is what made it fun, because I'm like, I believe. And that sounds awesome. And it creates a kind of like a mini game, I guess, a meta game. And you know, I guess there's just some people where, and I respect this too, where like they don't want anything to leak. They want everything to be a surprise. I'm like, that'd be great. It's not real. It'll never be that way. The only way that can be real is if you're completely off the internet. But yeah, I don't mind. Like, I like when Jeff Grubb lets us know when Sony's going to be doing a show, or Moore's Law is Dead letting us know, like, here's what the PS6 is apparently going to be, and here's what they're targeting. It's an ARG. It's a game within the game within the game, bro. MBG, what are you going to do about spoilers when it comes to Resident Evil Requiem, GTA 6, and Wolverine? You know, Twitter and YouTube are going to spoil everything. Will you avoid them for a week? That's a great question. I didn't really think about that. I might. I don't know. Like, it's hard not to go on Twitter. I've been doing a lot better with Twitter. I will say, like, you know, the past 2 weeks, especially with taking a little bit of time off, I realized, like, and immersing myself in playing Resident Evil 2 and just gaming, and again, recalibrating and reorienting my brain. It's been easier to stay off of Twitter, but I've still been on it. So I don't know. That's a tough one, dude. That's a tough one. I don't want any of those things spoiled. You know which one out of all of them I really don't want spoiled? GTA 6. I know that sounds crazy. Like, so, like, if you told me, like, Leon's going to die in Resident Evil 9, I'm like, yeah, that's not shocking. I don't want to, like, have it spoiled where I see a scene or, like, see how it happens. But it's like, yeah, I could believe that. Like, it seems like it's kind of his final major, like, where this is his send-off. GTA 6 to me is the game that, like, there's something interesting that's being hidden with this game, and I don't know what it is, but there's definitely a major plot twist in this game between Jason and Lucia, and it's like, you know, it's the Bonnie and Clyde thing, and I'm like, that's great, but there's definitely some kind of major twist, and I'm really curious to see what it is, and I wouldn't want that spoiled. You know, GTA 6, I'm putting a lot of stock in the story, dude. I really am. And Zanarkan's still going. Thank you, man. Zanarkan says, MEG, I saw a Digital Foundry video thumbnail that they tested PS3 BC emulation. Do you have any more info on that? I still have my PS3 launch backwards compatible model and PS3 Slim regardless, man. I have PS3 games to play. I didn't watch Digital Foundry's video. I actually watched Mystic's video. He put out a video on a game. It was the first PS3 emulated game on PS5. And I'm trying to remember what he was. So my understanding with PS3 backwards compatibility is that the big thing about it is it seems like there's just no easy way around. There's no easy solution. There are solutions. They exist right now. There are teams of people dedicated to trying to emulate these games, but it really seems like the only way PS3 backwards compatibility, like the dream, right? The dream that is PS3 backwards compatibility. It seems like the only way this can truly happen is Sony has to come in and say, we are going to invest a large quantity of money and time and resource into making this a reality. and it would take a lot of manpower. And that's the thing, is it just seems like it's going to be an incredibly daunting undertaking. It's one that can be done, but the reason why you don't see these smaller teams that are trying to do it, they can only do a couple games here and there, or smaller games, or you know, it takes a long time because it's just that's the level of difficulty involved. It's I think it's the CPU in the PS3 that's the problem. It's the CPU that's just it's exotic, it's bizarre, it's strange, it's different, it's so custom that every game had basically every development team that made a PS3 game found like different solutions and did it differently. And so again, I could be wrong about this and I could have a misunderstanding, but if my understanding is correct, basically it requires intense reverse engineering for each game. Like they have to reverse engineer each game and it takes a lot of time and it's not easy and it's frustrating. And that seems to be the only way they can really figure out how this game was made on the PS3. And I'm not a developer. I have no idea what that actually looks like in terms of coding and reverse engineering the code and figuring that out. But I imagine it's something very difficult. Everything I've heard is very difficult. So where we stand on that right now, we know that Sony does have teams that they work with. And I think they have an internal preservation team that I think they're working on some PS3 things, but when it comes to that big lift that would be required, where it's like Sony's going to come out, I think for Sony it's a break glass in case of emergency thing. I think you remember when we saw Xbox in 2015? Arguably the biggest thing that Xbox did during their worst generation, the Xbox One, like the generation of their downfall, the biggest thing that they did that, I mean, you could argue gave them any fighting chance was they were like, we're going all in with backwards compatibility. And they really won people over on that. And they put in the work, dude. Like they built entire like teams around this is literally what you're hired to do, and this is why you work for Microsoft. It is to do backwards compatibility. They had people figuring out the licensing. They had people figuring out how to get the disc able to, to read the license of the disc and all that stuff. They really put everything into it. But if you look at it, like they kind of had to. Like when Phil Spencer and the Xbox team were sitting there like, okay, so we pretty much nearly just killed the Xbox brand. What can we do to win people back? What can be the biggest positive? We got it. Backwards compatibility. Is it going to be easy? No. Is it going to be time consuming? Yes. Is it going to be expensive? Yes. But we need it. They needed that. I think Sony would have to encounter a really dire situation to basically scare them and like, we have to do this. Like we need any win we can get. You know what? We've been putting this off. Let's do it. Let's announce that we're going all in with full backwards compatibility, including PS3. We're going to be building it. We're going to build it over time. We're going to do it with the players. It would be a massive win. And I think Sony hasn't done it yet because I know it sounds kind of shitty, but I think they feel like we don't have to do that. We're still relying on streaming and people still use that. Somebody just told me the other day they played I forget which game it was, but they were playing a PS3 game through streaming and like it was pretty good. So they do have a solution. It's just not an ideal one. And I could see a future where like, let's say the PS6 is the last console generation that does really well for Sony. And then the PS7, like they want to make a PS7 and it's like, bro, you're going to need something big to get the fans excited about a PS7. Maybe that's what they do. PS7, the ultimate PlayStation, full backwards compatibility, every single generation. God, I got some, like inhaled something here. Every single generation, playable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all on one PlayStation. I mean, I think that would, at least initially, that would create a lot of buzz and a big spark for the PS7. But again, like, is Sony willing to invest that? I don't know. PS Premium Extras, you're saying is funny enough, Sony's file for emulation? PS6 will do better than the Pro, PS5 Pro? I would hope so. Let's be real, most people don't care. That's probably why Sony doesn't bother. Well, yeah, there's that too. There is the reality that, see, like, that's the thing though. When you think about what led Microsoft to do backwards compatibility for Xbox, they knew you're not talking to the masses here. You're talking to the hardcore, the people who care. But that's the thing. That's where they had to start, because those are the first people they lost. And those are the most important people they lost. And yeah, the truth is Sony's very far away from that. They would have to fall pretty damn far to find themselves in a situation where, like, now we got to, like, we're desperate to win the hardcore gamer back. They have the hardcore gamer, they have, the hardcore fan base, they have the casuals. There are definitely people who are disillusioned with PlayStation, but not enough to, again, create some kind of really sharp and steep, noticeable downturn. That hasn't happened. And I don't know if it will. I think something big would have to happen for that to occur. But yeah, man. PS3 backwards compatibility, it's the dream. It's the dream. I don't know. It seems like there is, as time goes on, people are kind of coming out of the woodwork where they're like, we'll do it ourselves. And could we get to a point where enough people, I guess, just independent developers who don't even care about doing it for profit, really? I'll have to watch that Digital Foundry video to get a better understanding, though, because maybe more progress is being made than I realize. But yeah, when we talk about, like, people not caring, I mean, I have to admit, I'm like, I don't want to say I don't care. Like, I appreciate what it is. I appreciate the notion of, like, oh yeah, like, oh look, there's Resident Evil 2 and 3, the PS1 versions sitting there on my PS5, and I at any moment could pay $10 to play them. That's nice, but, like, did I do it? No. Am I going to do it? No. The only reason I would think to do it is because I'm having a major nostalgia, like, craving where it's like, I want to, and maybe in the future I would. And if that day ever comes, I'm like, oh wow, this is great. I'm so glad this is here. But everybody's different, and I think the majority of people are not thinking about going back and playing PS3 games. But even for me, if Sony announced tomorrow and Konami, here's a PS, well, I guess it wouldn't be a PS5 version, but, like, you can play the PS3 version. Maybe it's just, like, slightly upscaled, slightly higher resolution, maybe 60 frames. It's a basic touch up. Emulated version of Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots. I would buy that immediately and play it. So it's not like I'm completely against it. It's just, it's very hyper specific for me. There are, like, some games that if they said, like, here you go, here's a game that is now available, I would. Because even when Xbox was doing that, dude, it was speaking to me. Like, I remember like when they announced Skate 3 was backwards compatible. I'm like, oh hell yeah. And I played the shit out of it. The classic Call of Duty games. Red Dead. I think, or was it Red Dead? Wait, no, Red Dead released on the. Yeah, no, it was Red Dead. I remember they did that, and that was pretty cool. There was a few others as well that they announced. I remember, like, Left 4 Dead 2 and stuff like that. I'm like, this is great. And I thought that was really cool. So there is a part of me that does care about it. But that part of me doesn't care about it more than the new games and the modern games that are out. And it's also very specific. So if anything, I represent the reason, and again, I think I represent the majority here in this case. I represent the reason why these companies are probably very hesitant, because they're like, so how badly do you want this? And I'm like, I mean, I might. If they were like, hey, here's Resident Evil Outbreak, with the servers restored, I'd be like, I'll play that for a day. I don't know. I probably play it for more than a day, but. And we got Zanarkand. He's still dropping super chats, bro. He's got I think another 2-parter here. Thank you, man. Hello, my fellow gamers, and shout out to my homie Alberto Ultra Fat Slayer. What? Bro. That's funny. They don't want to make games. They only want to make money. That's true. The best way for them to make money, though, is by making games. Good games. Yo, oh, fuck, bro. What is this? What is this? Oh, hold on. AAA John Wick game is officially in development and will be announced soon, confirms Lionsgate executive. A Lionsgate executive has confirmed that the rumored AAA John Wick game has been in development. The title will be announced soon alongside multiple others, including one based on the Saw IP. Bro, what? The John Wick game adaptation is rumored to be a big-budget AAA action experience. Who's making it? Who the fuck is making it? Bro. Zanarkand, you're saying, do you really think it's hardware power that's difficult to emulate PS3 games? Should devs just remaster/remake their PS3 games on modern consoles? Would the PS9 easily emulate PS3 games with powerful hardware? Truthfully, Zanarkand, I don't know if I don't think it's hardware power, right? Epic MBG reaction. I don't think it's hardware power. Again, I have to do some more research, but let me see now real quick. Hold on. Let me see. Yes, the PS5 is powerful enough. Now, this is just an AI overview, just something I'm Googling real quick, but it says the PS5 is powerful enough to emulate PS3 games, but Sony hasn't officially enabled it due to the PS3's complex, unique cell processor. So there it is. This is CPU again, making software emulation difficult and costly to perfect. However, recent tests using PS5 Silicon show PS3 titles can well run with the community-made RPCS3 emulator, suggesting Sony has the capability but lacks the investment or interest in full native support beyond streaming or ports yet. So there we go, man. It doesn't seem to be a power situation. It's still coming back down to Sony just being like, well, I don't think so. Like, maybe later. Because I would find it hard to believe that the PS5 wouldn't be powerful enough. It seems like it's more than capable. MBG, the 2026 is the least worried I've ever been for Sony. No Xbox competition, and GTA 6 will sell 25 to 30 million copies. And PS5 consoles, Wolverine and Saros are just a bonus. I mean, yeah, from that perspective, MacTube, I don't think Sony's worried about. Like, Sony has a lot of good things going for them. The only thing that Sony has to worry about is the price. That's it. That's whether or not, because here's the thing. Sony, as I said earlier, they do not want to eat the cost, bro. Like, modern Sony does not want to even remotely think about subsidizing their hardware. And I wonder if they would be willing to do it if it got bad enough. Because what you just said is true. Like, Sony, you have all these good things going for you. But I'll tell you what, Sony is probably in a position where they're like, well, if we have all these good things going for us, then, and I hate this, but it's just the truth. Sony's probably like, why wouldn't people pay $600 for a PS5? I'm like, oh, that's a dangerous game, man. Do you want to fuck around and find out? Maybe don't. Don't do it. And part 2 from Doc Zarkand says, just some PS3 games still stuck on PS3 that need quality of life updates like Resistance 1, 2, and 3, Killzone 1, 2, and 3, Infamous 1 and 2, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, swap L1 and R1 with L2 and R2. That's too much work, bro. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? No, I don't know what's listen, if I had to really like take my best guess, because everything you just said, I'm like that. Yeah, that to me, that's common sense. Like you're not, as far as I'm aware, so Narcan, a high-ranking executive at Sony that has to make important decisions, right? You're not Herman Holst. I'm pretty sure you're not Herman Holst. I don't think Herman Holst would ever listen to my channel. He'd get so offended. I feel like this has been obvious for so long where it's like, why doesn't Sony do these collections or remaster any of these games? You don't even need the studios to do it. You can hire port studios. They literally did this all throughout the PS3 gen and the PS4 gen. And with the PS5, they're just not. They're busy, they're remastered. Here's Horizon remastered. Here's The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. And that's fine. Like we would expect those too, but it's like, where are the other games? And I have this theory. It's the best one I got that, well, there's two theories. And I'll let you guys be the judge of what you think is most likely. Theory number one is that they just are done with certain franchises. The reason why I don't believe that theory is because that doesn't explain God of War. Where's the God of War 1 through 3 collection? They're not done with God of War. Certainly not. So where is it? So that's one theory, and I think a lot of people would argue that is correct, but God of War makes me question. The second theory is I think they're just saving it, man. I think Sony is aware that Infamous Collection remaster, excitement, hype, goodwill. Killzone Collection, excitement, hype, goodwill. Warhawk Collection, whatever it might be, Motorstorm, any of these games. I think Sony knows that, like, that's, like, these are cards that they can play at any time. I think they're saving them, dude, for when they feel like they might need them. And I think the proof of this is kind of like during the PS3 gen when they needed to play these cards, they did. They played the shit out of these cards. They're like collection here, collection there. We're doing everything we can. Same thing with PS4, Uncharted collection. We need the PS4 to do good too. And I think they're just in this. I guess what I'm trying to say here is it is Sony's comfort and the fact that they're doing better than they ever have and they have all those things going for them that they don't feel the need to do this because it's like, well, it's like Bloodborne. Like, why would we do anything with Bloodborne when we don't need it right now? Because Sony knows that at any moment shit can hit the fan. And when it does, you might want to get on the phone, talk to Miyazaki, be like, so about that Bloodborne 2, can we make that announcement at the next State of Play? Shit starts hitting the fan, people start getting real unhappy with Sony. They're going to have to contact a port studio or, hey, Nixus, we need you to do a Killzone collection. We need it to be ready within the next 12 months. And Kazjam, I'm sorry, buddy, I almost missed your super chat. Kazjam with a $5 chat says, if my Steam Deck can play PS3 games, why is it so hard for Sony to figure it out? I'm telling you, it's not. It's not difficult. It is difficulty based in terms of the cell processor, but it's a stubbornness where Sony, they don't want to do it. They just don't want to do it. They don't want to spend the money and resource on it. And I don't think it's because they're like, F you, we don't care about the PS3. I really think it's because it's like, we got to save that. We're only going to do this when we need it. We need it as a win. I just hit my nose on my mic. We need it. We need it. That's when Sony's going to do it, when we need it. Guys, who's making the AAA John Wick game? We need to talk about this. Who's making the AAA John Wick game, bro? And here's another question. Is this going to be one of the biggest letdowns ever, where we made a AAA John Wick game not starring Keanu Reeves? I'm scared, but I'm so hyped at this idea of a AAA John Wick game, but I'm so fucking scared, dude. So it says the tidbit was well hidden in Lionsgate's Q2 2026 earnings call. At the 27-minute mark, chairman of Lionsgate Motion Picture Group, Adam Fogson, says the studio's AAA John Wick game entry and other gaming initiatives will be announced soon. He says, our game opportunities and other gaming opportunities around John Wick and Saw and some others that we'll be announcing soon. He says Adam also notes that Lionsgate has observed increased interest and opportunities to adapt its gaming franchises, and its progress remains on schedule. The John Wick project is expected to be a big budget title. Oh, I'm so scared. Ubisoft. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, who was it that mentioned Max Payne 3? I saw somebody in my chat. Who said that? Oh, Gothmog, you're saying Max Payne is the John Wick game blueprint. Whoever makes that John Wick game should thank Remedy and Rockstar. I agree. I agree 100%, dude. Like, I feel like a John Wick game kind of already exists with Max Payne 3. But the concern is that, well, there is one aspect, though. A John Wick AAA game has to have good melee combat and hand-to-hand combat. And that's one thing that Max Payne 3 did not have. Oh my God, dude. Like, could you fucking imagine like a AAA game? I mean, with like stunning graphics. John Wick game where the gunplay is basically Max Payne 3 and the hand-to-hand combat is like Sifu. Bro. Oh man. The vision right there. I mean, that would be a game of the year contender. But I'm so nervous about this because, well, I don't know how familiar Lionsgate is with the games industry, but I don't know, man. I feel like this could go one of two ways. They either got the perfect partner and we're going to be shocked when we find out who's doing it. Maybe, like, I mean, could you imagine if it was like a Sony studio or like, well, I mean, which Sony studio would it be? I don't think Sony would be doing it because I can't think of it. The only studio that I could actually think of making a John Wick game is Naughty Dog, truthfully. And I don't think they would. I don't think so. Insomniac. I don't know about the gunplay with Insomniac, though. Yeah, so I don't think Sony would be doing it. I mean, is there any like Microsoft studio that would make sense for John Wick? I'm trying to just think of studios that we could realistically imagine doing a fucking John Wick game. I'm just afraid it's going to be a big budget AAA game from like a no-name studio that just is way out of their depth, where like they somehow convinced Lionsgate, like, we're the ones to do it. And Lionsgate is like, okay, yeah, you got, that was a good pitch. Housemarque, yo, a Housemarque John Wick game would be sick. That'd be crazy. The 007 team, no, there's no way they're doing it because they're it has to be a team that we haven't really heard from in a couple years. It has to be a team that's getting ready to make an announcement. I mean, I know Naughty Dog did say that they would like to make a Punisher game. John Wick is pretty close to that. The Sifu team, they put out a soccer game, which was really disappointing. I'm sorry, but it just was. I'm like, bro, what? I know that they put out a Happy New Year's message, and the top comment was like, for the love of God, please make Sifu 2. And I wanted to comment on somebody and be like, yes, please make Sifu 2. And Doc Zarkant, bro, he's trying to go for a record with Super Chats today. He says, maybe PS3 fans of those PS3 series, Resistance, Killzone, Infamous, can expect remaster/remake on their big anniversary. Just strange. Infamous 1 and 2 has no PS4 port after Second Son on PS4 like Uncharted. Yeah, I will say, like, I would like to play the original Infamous games. I never got the chance to play them, Zanarkand. I'd love to play them, but again, like, this is where it's like I'm not going to go back to PS3 to do so. I am definitely that customer for Sony where, like, if you do a collection for like Infamous 1 and 2, I will buy that and play it. And probably platinum them. Certainly. Yeah, I could play them on PC, right? I think that would be the way, but I don't know. I feel like I'm more likely to just wait. Like, oh, they'll do it. I don't know, Zanarkand. I mean, you talk about their anniversary. I'll be honest with you, man. I gave that up after God of War. I thought for sure there was going to be a God of War collection announced on the anniversary of God of War's, 20th anniversary, and there just wasn't. I'm like, okay, well, that's not happening. Guys, we're going to be wrapping up in about, I just realized I'm like well beyond the 4-hour mark. My God, I did not realize how long I've been streaming for. And I can feel myself crashing a little bit. I'm going to have to eat something soon. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'll be right back. But what I was gonna say is we're gonna wrap up here soon. If you guys want to drop any more, I mean, Zanarkand, you've been going crazy with the support. Thank you for that, man. If you guys want to contribute to we hit the goal of 25 members. If you want to drop any more member gifts, do that now. If you want to drop any more super chats or anything like that, direct donos, now would be the time. I'll be right back. You like my massive chair? Got a couple of peanut butter pretzels. Feel my blood sugar's tanking. MacTube says, MBG, the internet has conditioned you to be scared and doubtful of any exciting game, even your beloved John Wick. That's why you gotta stay away from it. It's just toxic. That's true. I mean, yeah, it's true to a degree. I'm just afraid to get overhyped, you know? It's happened before. But what about being underhyped? Could you imagine if GTA was actually popular in China? Devil Shooter says he's been playing Infamous 2. It works fine. I can get 45 FPS average. What is that on a PC? Dude, the blue box streams are the epitome of overhype. That's like fantasy overhype. We're just going to make shit up and get hyped about it. We're going down the rabbit hole, man. Good times. Another really long stream. But that's good. Nice long stream. First stream of the year. Blue box should make the John Wick game. Perfect Image, you're saying MBG John Wick developer Bethel Games published. Publishers Good Shepherd Entertainment. Yeah, they did like John Wick Hex or something. But hearing about a AAA John Wick game, I'm not gonna lie, that gets me excited. It really does. But I have to try to tame that excitement until I know who the development team is. And I see the game, you know, because it could go wrong. Do I have any interest in the annual Twilight Zone New Year's marathon? Not really. So the last thing I'll wrap up with here is Stranger Things series finale. I watched that last night. Before I talk about it, I want to ask you guys, did any of you guys watch it? Because I'm about to just do like a spoiler filled like 5 to 10 minute discussion, and I guess you haven't watched it yet. Well, without spoiling anything, I will say I liked it. And I thought it was good. No spoilers. Yeah, maybe it's too soon to spoil anything. I won't spoil anything. But you guys should watch it. It was long. Dude, it was like over 2 hours. I'm like, what? So I understand now why they put it in movie theaters. All I will say without spoiling anything is I did enjoy it. I am satisfied. And I can't say anything more. I don't want to give anything away. But I enjoyed it. It's bittersweet, you know, a show that, not my favorite show, but, you know, it's funny because I remember, like, came out in 2015. It's in a completely different place in my life. I remember the night I watched the first episode, too. It was, I don't know the exact date in 2015, but we had this sofa that was like, the reason why I'm mentioning the sofa is because it was given to me by Mrs. MBG's aunt and uncle. It was given to us, and we were just newly moved into our apartment, and we were looking at on Netflix for something to watch. Like, oh, Stranger Things. Oh yeah, I heard about the show. And I think where we are now, it's crazy. And Titus S. Surger. I can never. Titus comes in. He drops a $50 direct donation. Very, very generous. Wow, was not expecting that, bro. And he says a healthy, happy new year to you and your family. Here's a little donation for Clark. I hope he and you are all fine. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that, Titus. That's really, really kind of you, bro. And I really appreciate that. That, again, was not expecting that at nearly 4.5 hours into our stream, man. Yeah, Clark, look at him, dude. He's adorable, and he's getting along just fine. It's all the other cats. They're still they're not sure what to do. They're trying to get used to him. The situation in the morning when I go to feed them is kind of funny where I noticed that I feel kind of bad because when I go to feed them all, Clark is so friendly, man. Like again, he was on the streets for I just found this out too. I asked Mrs. MBG, I'm like, how long was he in the shelter? Dude, he was in there for like a week or two. They just got him. And up until that point, he was living on the streets of one of the worst place in the state. Very run down place. And you can tell, dude, he's like not scared. You just got to the stream, therefore late. Well, I appreciate that, Titus. It's all good, man. It's all good. He's not, so like fireworks were going off last night. He's not scared at all. He's not even a little bit bothered, and he's just so chill, dude. And he's a really nice cat. I really hope that my other cats, and I know they will. I know it's just going to take time. They're getting along quicker than I would have expected. But in the morning, I feel bad because like Clark is so friendly. He's just like, yeah, it's time to eat, and I have like a setup for them, and I have like 4 separate bowls, and I space them out a little bit, and I distribute the food evenly, and he, like, when he comes over, like all the other cats are like, I'm out, like they just leave, like they're that upset, they're that disturbed by him. I'm like, bro, are you guys serious? And so he'll eat first, and then when he leaves, they'll come in, and then they'll start eating. And but then they're all like weirded out now, and their behavior has changed so much. But they're getting there. Like last night, for example, I think we made progress where all 4 of the cats were in the living room at one time, in their usual spots. Boss was to the right of me on the sofa. Leia was on the back part of the sofa on the cushion. Luna was in her cat tree, and Clark was just in the middle playing with some toys. And so I'm like, okay. Yeah, Luna's kind of strange. She you're saying you think that she would be cool with Clark because she's so young. She's actually a little bit younger than Clark. Clark is 2. Luna, I think, will be 2 in a couple months. Luna is, I don't know, like I can't really read her because she definitely is showing interest in playing with him. Like she doesn't like run away. She's not scared of him. And I don't think Luna knows how to play. I'm not sure because like when she goes around to the other cats, she'll like swipe. But me and Mrs. MBG were like researching it. The way Luna is swiping, I don't think she's playing. She's not like trying to hurt per se. Like she's not being like crazy, like I'm trying to like kill you or whatever. But it seems like she's doing it to kind of like assert dominance and like that's like alpha like behavior where cats will just start swiping at other cats to try to like scare them and keep them in place and whatnot. It's funny because it works on Boss, it works on Leia. Clark doesn't even care, dude. Clark is so funny because he's just like, this is fun. But he makes this weird noise, dude. I told you earlier, he sounds like Yoshi. I hope you guys are able to hear it at some point. He sounds like Yoshi. He makes this little yelp sound, and he's not in pain or anything. It's just he's a really vocal cat. I've been observing him the past couple days, and he goes around like, I swear, he does this thing where he just starts going around the house, and he's not like howling, but he's just doing like these longer meows, and it sounds like he's like saying hello, like is anybody here? Like where is everybody? Like he's calling out for the other cats or something or somebody, and I'm like, this is so funny, dude, because his behavior's so dramatically different from all of my other cats, and I'm just trying to figure out like what is it about a cat living on the streets for 2 years of their life? How does that change them and make them very different from completely domesticated cats? I mean, Leia, she was a stray for 1 year, but she's old now. She's like 10, so she's totally been domesticated. Well, it's interesting, man. It's interesting to observe these cats and seeing how they're interacting with one another. And um, I will say, man, like ever since we got Clark, the cats won't shut the fuck up, bro. Like he's it's not him. Like he's vocal. It's a little bit him. Like he's really, really vocal. And he likes to sleep during the day, obviously. So just like at night, he's just walking around like meowing real loud and shit. But it's what he does to the other cats. So guys, when I was recording my video earlier, I was recording my PlayStation predictions video. I had to stop the recording at one point because Boss screamed again. He screamed so loud, I actually listened. I was considering keeping that recording in my video, but people would have thought like it sounded real bad. Like it sounded like Boss, like, you know, had some kind of accent. He didn't. He just, for some reason, when Boss gets scared, he screams. And it's like a blood curdling scream. It's really disturbing. I don't know why he does it. He did it last night too, and I'm like, stop. I'm like, stop, dude. And the reason why he did it last night was Boss was sitting next to me on the sofa. Clark jumps up on the sofa and is just chilling. And then Clark does that thing where he lays down on his back and he went to go put his paw up. And he didn't do anything. He wasn't like swiping. He just like was calmly like putting his paw, like he was trying to touch Boss. And I guess Boss was like, oh my God, he's trying to like rip my throat out and kill me. And he like Boss like screamed and jumped. And we were just looking at him like, bro, like you're triple the size of this guy and he's just trying to chill with you and play with you. And Boss is like, I don't know. He's like, he thinks his life is being threatened. So anyway, I could go on and on about the stories about these cats, man. But pretty sure my Staffy's eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. I'm gonna be a crazy cat man when I'm in my 70s. Listen, if I make it to my 70s, I'll have like 12 cats. I don't care. I'll have 15. It's kind of funny. Yeah, dude, it is a little bit funny. I'm not gonna lie. Like me and Mrs. MPG were laughing. We're like, and the reason why both cats were near me was because I was eating a piece of chicken, and Boss wanted chicken, and that's why he was sitting. Well, Boss always sits right next to me, but especially when I'm eating chicken, he like really sits next to me. He's like, "Can I have some chicken?" And so when he got scared and he screamed and he jumped off the sofa, and I mean he flew across the room, dude. And he's over at the complete opposite end of the living room, like near our kitchen, and he's just standing there, like staring at me, and I'm just looking at him like, "Are you serious?" So I ripped off a couple pieces of chicken, I just throw it at him across the room. I'm like, "Here you go, dude. Jeez, like calm down." I feel bad for him. I'm like, "Why are you so anxiety?" Now I think he's stress eating. I gotta watch Boss, dude. Boss, out of all the cats, Boss is the one acting the weirdest. He's like, I think he's stress eating now. The past couple days, he goes up to his dry food and he's eating it, and I'm not thinking anything of it. And then he's just sitting there and he's like dry heaving. But it's been happening like numerous times, and I'm like, dude, stop eating. Like you can't. Your body's you don't need more food. You're eating too much. Your body's trying to reject it. And I think he's doing it because he's nervous. So poor Boss. I think Boss has anxiety. I have to help soothe his anxiety, guys. And I don't want to do it by giving him more treats because that's just going to make it worse. But you need 20 cats. MEG, what does the cat sound like when they scream? I don't own a cat. Let me see if I can find one that sounds like Boss. I'm probably going to freak Clark out. All right, I'm going to YouTube cat scream. So the thing about Boss's scream is it's short. It's not like an extended long scream. Shems, what's going on, man? Happy New Year, buddy. It's not like an extended held long scream. It's short. It's maybe like just a quick burst. So I don't know. See what I can find here. No, it does. His scream doesn't sound like that. It definitely doesn't sound like that. Cat screams into camera. Let's see. Doesn't sound like that either. Cat gets bit and screams. Let's see.
Truly in pain. But to see him laugh about it, that wasn't cool, and I just thought it was important.
I don't even. Was that a scream, dude? That's definitely not what it sounded like. That sound woke up your cat. I'm sorry. Dude, so far none of these sound like Boss. Here's another one. Okay, that wasn't it either. Cat meowing loudly. Cat screams as giving birth to kittens. Okay. As other cats come watch. What? Bro, what is cat YouTube right now? Tarnish, what's going on? It's AIBS. I can't find a scream that mimics Bosses. Cat screams after getting hugged.
Double mom hug. Fatty meters. Double mom hug.
It's not like that either. Like that was probably the closest. That was the closest to Bosses, but still not quite. Like that scream you just heard was like held. Imagine that even louder, but in a shorter burst. It's so scary, dude. Like it's when Boss screams like that, it's enough to make me be like, what happened, dude? Did I keep the recording of the Boss video? No. Or no, the one that the microphone picked up earlier when I was recording. No, I don't even know what he did at that point. I can only imagine Clark was messing with him because I don't even know. Donut the cat is very loud. Cat screaming at the vet.
İdrar falan yapma. Çocuk. Vallahi beyazsın hemen belli oluyor ya.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm subjecting you guys to this. No, I can't. Here's one more though. It says cat has a very deep meow.
Whoa. Whoa.
This is Jack.
Whoa. Oh.
His voice is a little deeper than most cats.
That dude, that's not real. Come on, that can't be real. What kind of cat sounds like? Whoa. My name's Jack. Whoa. Tarnish says, I came here to hear about gaming discussions, not cats. Dude, Tarnish, we're going on over 4.5 hours with our stream. The majority of this, I assure you, the overwhelming majority of this stream was all about games. In fact, I would argue you just came into the part where we're actually like wrapping it up and I don't know. I was just trying to. How would you describe Boss's scream? This is MBG. It's hard to describe, isn't it? Like a banshee. It's like a banshee, yeah. Extremely feminine. He sounds like a witch being disturbed and left for dead. Yo, hold on. Hold on. Let's see.
Nice. Witch! Stop freaking out the damn witch.
So in case you guys were wondering what boss sounds like when he screams. All right. I'm becoming delirious at this point. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure, listen, I'm certain at some point, because Clark he likes to mess with Boss and play with him. One day Boss is going to be chilling up here while I'm streaming. Clark's going to come mess with him. You're probably going to get a front row seat to how freaked out Boss gets and how disturbing he sounds. But all right, guys, I know you're joking, Tarnished. I know. That is going to wrap it up, though, man. This is going to turn into a 5-hour stream, and it's funny because I go into some of these streams saying I'm going to keep it shorter today. Yeah, no, you're not. But I don't want to burn myself out either. You know, I don't want to go overboard. And Shems comes in though, and he drops another member gift for you guys. Thank you, Shems.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry, that went through 26. Guys, do we want to extend the stream by 5 minutes to get a single member train going? I got 15 minutes till dinner. Single memberships. We need 4 singles to get to 30. Can we do it? Are we going to do it? Where is... There we go. Shems, thank you so much for that, buddy. Yeah, thank you guys for all the support today. I do appreciate it. Did you know we were talking about you, Clark? 2020. Oh, 2026. Oh, yeah. You know, Shems, that's a good idea. I should set another goal. The goal should be 26. We'll start at 0, and we need to get 20 members. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I should have done that too. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, somebody could drop 2,000 memberships, and the goal would be 2020. You know, not the goal, but the counter would read 2026. So, you know, if anybody wants to drop 2,000 members, please, by all means. All right, let me close out some of these tabs. We did talk about Intergalactic today, Tarnished. I went on kind of a tangent. I wouldn't say it was defending it necessarily or being negative towards it either. It was kind of finding somewhat of a middle ground, I guess. But 2,000 plus 26 equals Intergalactic will fail? No. It's okay, Tarnished. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't like Naughty Dog. It's fine. Oh, yeah, I didn't talk about From Software. You think they're going to release another game this year, and it will probably be a PlayStation exclusive? We've been hearing about a rumored... Yo, they're making the John Wick game, I bet. From Software's making the John Wick game. I'd play it. I'd play the shit out of that just because, what the hell, why not? No, I mean, we've been hearing about a rumored PlayStation 5 exclusive From Software game for a long time now. And, you know, they're doing an exclusive for Nintendo. I have to imagine Sony has something locked down because, like, it's just bizarre to me to imagine From Software doing an exclusive game for Switch and not doing something for Sony, only because of the history that Sony has with the studio. And yeah, they own a portion of the studio. Like, it would be weird, but I guess stranger things have happened. A From Software John Wick game, man. I'm checking something here. Bloober Team trademarks Onyx the Dark Grip. That's another game I want to play. Fuck, what's the name of the game? My brain is so fried. What's the Bloober Team game that just came out, the horror one? Oh, Clark, do you want to talk? You want to talk to the audience? Say something. Kronos. Go ahead, Clark. Telling you, man. Telling you, he's the most talkative cat I've ever seen. But for some reason, when I'm streaming, he's very quiet. He's cleaning himself, I guess. He bathes himself a lot. Very cleanly. Can you guys hear him purring? Come on. Do it. I know you want to do it. I don't know if the mic could pick up the purr or not. He's purring real loud. Yeah, I need to play Kronos the New Dawn. Whew. All right, man. I think this might be a wrap on the stream today, guys. Oh, he's such a sweet cat. He wants more. He wants more pets. MBG, picture this, a From Software pirate game. I'd be down for that. Yeah, that'd be really fun. Clark is sweet, man. He's really... Are you play biting? He's a really nice cat. Yeah, he's... I don't know. I guess all animals kind of have certain personalities to a degree. And his personality is like, he's just a really... Like, I would describe him as happy-go-lucky, you know? He's a happy-go-lucky little tabby cat. But Stray 2, dude, Stray 2 will be amazing. Stray was awesome. Oh, he's gonna show off his butt again. All right, guys. This is where I'm gonna wrap it up. I at this point, if I keep going, I'm just streaming for this. I mean, I guess I have been streaming for the sake of streaming, but it's really just gonna enter, you know, pointless territory, I would say. So, guys, thank you so much. Shem says, once again, Happy New Year, chat, and MBG. Take care, everybody. Yes, Happy New Year to everybody. Hopefully this will be a good year. Really appreciate you guys, you know, supporting the channel for as long as you have. Big support last year, years prior. Here's hoping 2026 will be another solid year for everybody here. So I also want to thank you guys for getting us to the member goal. We hit 26. The original goal was 25. So thank you so much for that. And thank you to anybody who dropped any super chats. Zanarcan, special shout out to you, bro. You've been dropping a lot of support the past couple streams, and it's very much appreciated. if you drop the direct donations, anything you guys contribute, it helps tremendously. And yeah, you know how it is already. We don't do sponsorships here. I've been able to avoid that, which has been very grateful for that. And so I just prefer you guys, you know, if you're able to support the channel, like I said, consider becoming a member. We're going to have members content coming up, certainly. We'll probably do a members lounge. Probably not tomorrow, since tomorrow's Friday. Going to take Saturday off. Got a busy day on Saturday. Probably starting next week. We'll bring back the members lounges and some members content, so you can look forward to that. And yeah, that's it. The only other thing I want to ask you guys to do before you head out is hit the like button if you haven't already. And I want to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter. It's a long stream, dude. I know I've been doing these longer streams. So thank you for doing the timestamps. Really, it's greatly appreciated. And if you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments with those timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. As I always say, let him know he's appreciated. And yeah, I think that is pretty much going to do it today. I did put out a video earlier where if you stayed for the entirety of the stream, you probably won't have to watch that video, but it's there anyway. That's it. So guys, please enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. We will be back here tomorrow with some more content, another stream, and we'll see what the topics are. And that's it. So thank you again, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.